Go to see if somebody knows the answer to this question. What is the movement in architecture in which buildings have an organic amoeba-shaped form called? 215-263-WMMR. We're going to go to Brian. Hey, Brian.
Hey, good morning, yet.
Good morning, yet. All right, Brian, what is the name of that type of architecture?
Blobitecture or blobism?
Yeah, blobism or blobitecture would accept either one of them. Yep, you got it. Hang on a second, Brian. We just got you a pair of tickets to see Sebastian Maniscalco. Nobody Does His tour. It is the Wells Fargo Center on Wednesday night, and tickets are on sale now at wellsfargocenterphilly.com.
How does one achieve blobitecture with an amoeba shape? I've never seen a building like that.
Very carefully. No,
Yeah.
Nick pulled up a few examples. It just, as opposed to rigid edges, most things just kind of flow and have a curved appearance to them. So it's not just a full-on blob, but like walls or not as many corners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Steve, one of the examples they give is a place called the Flintstone House.
Yes, okay.
Which is, kind of circular in shape and ovals and stuff like that. But this is an actual house that looks like a Flintstone home.
Yeah.
All
Designed
right.
like the Flintstones. And so the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao, that's another one. There's a bunch around the
All
world.
right, now I get it.
Blobism.
I was
All right.
thinking along the wrong lines there.
At the box office over the weekend, number one by far was Ghostbusters. It made $40.5 million.
Man, a lot of people loving it.
Yep, followed by Eternals, Clifford the Big Red Dog, King Richard. Dune was fifth, followed by Venom, Let There Be Carnage. Seventh was No Time to Die, followed by The French Dispatch, Ron's Gone Wrong, and Belfast, rounding out the top 10. Last night, the American Music Awards took place. Oh, my God.
So exciting.
And we'll have a couple of pieces of audio to play for this. Cardi B held down the hosting duties for the very first time at the 2021 American Music Awards last night. BTS took home 3 awards. So they were the big winner last night.
We do have some clips. Yes, they were, of course, a force to be reckoned with. And what do they take home?
They got
favorite duo or group, right?
Yep, but they also got 3 awards altogether. They got favorite pop song and artist of the year,
and the Cecil B. DeMille Lifetime Achievement Award.
But the artist of the year was the big biggie. But this is them accepting for the duo or group.
Not over
We
yet.
don't have it.
It's not over yet.
Okay.
Then we'll just play now.
Yeah. Here we go.
There you
Hang
go.
on 1 second. There's the thing.
BTS favorite duo or group. Here we go.
Thank you, Army, and thank you, Amos, so much for this. For 3 in a row. Wow. This is all possible thanks to Army. You're our universe.
It took 4 years to be on this stage to get this trophy. Thank you so much. And actually, this means to us even more because we were actually a small boy band from Korea. We just got united by the love for our music, and all we want to do is just spread love, the good vibes and energy through music and performance.
All right.
They're my boys, man.
They were the big winner, so congratulations to them. Doubling back real quick, Nick just pulled up this information. Going back to the birthdays, Mads Mikkelsen, he's going to be in he's going to be in Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore.
And
There you go.
He's going to be in Indiana Jones, and I'll go crazy.
He's got everything now. All right. Also, last night, Taylor Swift won. She got favorite pop album, Evermore, and I think we have a clip from her accepting. Here we go.
Thank you so much to the fans. This is such an amazing honor. The fact that you would do this for Evermore. I've always been so proud of this album. I've always looked at Evermore as sort of folklore's adventurous, fun younger sister. So thank you so much for doing this.
So I assume she wasn't
That's
there.
how
It
I
was
look at it.
ish. It was a video.
Well, as you pointed out, and correct me if I'm wrong, are these do they know in advance? They know in advance.
I'm pretty
Or is
sure.
that- is that
I
the
don't know if
Billboard
they
Awards?
100% sure
Yeah.
or not, but I think the American Music Awards in the past have had to do with airplay
I
or
thought so, yeah.
something along those lines. So it's kind of easy to calculate who's going to be the winner.
Right.
And then we have a clip, the lone rock category.
Yeah.
Now, there's a whole list of pop categories and country and
Right.
Latin and hip-hop and R&B and all that. There is one single solitary rock category, and that is favorite rock artist. It's pretty sad, but Machine Gun Kelly won it.
course
and
he
we
did.
have his acceptance of that last
Yeah,
night. So,
yeah.
Here we go.
I want to accept this for all the aspiring musicians, the one who desires to play an instrument, wants to rap, wants to sing, and not just the rock artists, but all the artists who are rock stars. You know what I mean? And lastly, I just want to say this. I read a headline that said the age of the rock star is dead, but looks pretty alive to me.
So, you know what? If that an appreciation for rock comes in through Machine Gun Kelly, I'm okay with that because the music certainly is very obviously Blink-182-ish, his sound, because he's working with those guys, and so that's cool. All right, keep it going then.
All right, then we have a little clip of a boy band battle that took place.
Yes,
New Kids versus New Edition.
right.
Oh,
yeah,
my gosh. So a little throwback last night.
Yeah, you'll hear it.
All right, here we go.
First time was a great time. Second time was a blast. Third time I fell in love. Now I'm hopeless. You got the right stuff, baby. Love the way you turn me on. You got the right stuff, baby. So the reason why I sing this song.
Candy Girl. Was Bobby Brown there?
I didn't see it. I didn't see this performance.
I'm wondering if the whole band got back together now. It looks like it. I'm looking at. I can't tell because there's so many people on stage. But
Yeah.
But New Edition had what? Rob Bass and
No.
Ralph Tresvant.
Tresvant.
Rob Bass wasn't in the
No.
New
No.
Edition?
It was DJ Z Rock and Rob Bass. No, he was his own thing.
Okay.
Johnny Gill.
Johnny Gill.
Yeah. And Itzhak
Bell
Perlman.
Biv, well, okay, you had Belle Biv DeVoe,
Right.
Johnny Gill, and,
So you have
and
Michael
Bobby,
Bivins.
Bobby Brown.
Okay. All right.
Belle Biv DeVoe.
Right.
Billy Bell,
Michael
Johnny
Bivins.
Michael Bivins.
Yeah. I don't know.
David DeVoe.
Is it David DeVoe?
I don't
You're just
know,
making
just
these names up?
I just know it's Belle Biv.
Ronnie DeVoe, Ricky
yeah.
Bell, and Michael Bivins, and then Bobby Brown, Johnny Gill, and Ralph.
Tresvant.
A lot of people.
Ralphie.
Johnny
Tresvant.
Gill.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what
So
Johnny-
Bobby Brown.
Okay.
Bobby Brown clearly was on stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what Johnny Gill's hit was.
Okay.
Click on that, Nick, because
I have it.
you have it. Oh man, it's gonna drive me crazy. He had one. He had a
He's got the deep voice. Yeah. He's like, Gandalf. I think it's big.
Is he the Gimli of the crew?
Yeah.
rub you the right way.
Yeah, that's it.
rub you the right way. I remember that.
man. Yeah.
All right, well, they got back together. They did the American Music Awards last night, so that's over. Over.
Nothing's over.
Yes,
Belle Biv
it-
DeVoe coming back from Vietnam. Being greeted by Belle Biv DeVoe. Which one's Bill? Which one's Bob? What? Who?
Which was DeVoe? All right. Well, I have a couple other things to mention. So Saturday Night Live stars are weighing in on the Pete Davidson relationship with Kim Kardashian.
Oh my God.
So Kenan Thompson, who calls Davidson his little brother, tells people, I mean, you got to be happy for love, I guess, if it is love. They look like they're having a good time.
Yeah.
Bowen Yang agreed, saying, I don't know what the nature of the friendship is, but it seems like they're having a good time hanging out. And Chris Redd seemed pretty psyched. He said, Pete and Kim, damn, Pete, damn.
Damn.
He said, I hope they're happy. They're wearing matching outfits, so I think they're on their way. At least that's what Instagram told me.
I think Pete Davidson's approaching life as a Whitman sampler, and so he's just loving.
Why the hell
Why
not?
not? Right?
I think Bowen Yang is hilarious, and I just pulled up his Instagram account, and his Instagram name is Faye Dunaway. So he just he completely took Faye Dunaway's name, and that's where if
That's
you want
his
to find
handle?
Bowen Yang on Instagram, that's who he is.
So, of course, they sparked romance rumors after Kim hosted SNL, and they have been photographed multiple times together holding hands, laughing, and hanging out. And right now, the pair are reportedly hanging in Palm Springs to celebrate Davidson's 28th birthday.
So
and
awesome.
she posted a sultry shot of herself in a bikini with fans speculating that Davidson took that photo.
Okay, I was surprised for some reason when I saw them in Palm Springs together. I thought, oh, there must not be a Saturday Night Live this past weekend, but there was.
Yeah, well, he's flying all over the place.
Yeah.
And he was on the show live. So
And he was on the show. He did.
You remember, years, you talk about the when Animal House was being filmed. He was still Belushi was still doing SNL. So flying back and forth, and this is coast to coast.
Mm-hmm. Scarlett Johansson, birthday girl, is set to star in a huge, exciting Marvel project. But that is all that we know right now. When she snagged the American Cinematique Award, which is presented annually to an extraordinary artist currently making a significant contribution to the art of the moving picture, the news got buried by Marvel president Kevin Feige. He said, "We are already working on another non-Black Widow related top secret Marvel Studios project with her as a producer." This comes at an interesting time. Earlier this year, Johansson, of course, filed suit against Disney, alleging breach of contract by releasing Black Widow in theaters and on Disney Plus at the same time. Clearly, the parties have moved forward down a more positive path. Johansson said it was a very surreal time because, of course, the film had come out and was hugely successful, and that was a big celebration. I had a baby, and that was obviously a life-changing, amazing, celebratory thing. In a way, that sort of buoyed me through the very uncertain, stressful time, and I felt mostly very fortunate that nobody will have to go through what I went through, and that it's made, I think, a positive impact in the industry and hopefully for artists and creatives' lives and livelihood. The parties settled on September 30th, though the terms were not disclosed, and Scarlett has been performing in Marvel films for more than a decade, but apparently this time she'll be producing and not starring in whatever they're teasing, so we shall see. Salma Hayek recalled being confronted and chased by a man with a knife on Hollywood Boulevard.
Oh, boy.
In the early 1990s. The Eternals actress was awarded her star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame at the TCL Chinese Theater on Friday in a ceremony attended by director Chloe Zhao, Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, Adam Sandler, and a crowd of fans. Near the end of the event, Hayek, who took the stage, gave a speech reflecting on her long career in the entertainment industry. She said, I want to say that I'm very moved tonight. It is, of course, a great honor, but also for me, this night is very healing, and I'm going to tell you a horror story. She said that about 2 years after she arrived in the United States and unsuccessfully tried to start her career in Los Angeles, a few of her friends visited from Mexico and asked to visit Hollywood Boulevard. The group was walking down the boulevard when a poor man who was on the floor, and he was very messed up, called out to her. She chose to ignore the man, but Hayek said he decided to follow the group. She said, I kept walking, and he took offense. He got up, took a knife out, and started coming after us, especially after me trying to stab me.
Oh, man.
She said, so I ran
Welcome to America.
Fast as I could. Nobody helped us. She continued that she and her friends soon ran into a store where they jumped over a counter, and she grabbed a stick for protection. She said that the man then grabbed the stick, and they began wrestling over the item. Fortunately, Hayek says that two members from the Hells Angels eventually intervened and disarmed the man before helping the group to safety.
Wow.
Isn't that wild?
And that guy was there, Preston, at the thing. He cleaned himself up, and he has a Fortune 500 company now.
She said, every time I thought about Hollywood Boulevard, this is what I remember. The truth is that when I went home that night, I said, what am I doing here? Nobody wants me. I mean, I almost got killed today. She then told instances of racism that she personally had experienced while in the United States. She said, I remember the studio saying to me many times, why don't you go back to the Mexican telenovelas? You'll never find a job here. And, of course, that night, I almost got killed. And so I said, nobody wants me here. They want me in my country. But she said, but I stayed. And I want to say to everybody that's here, all of my lovely fans, if you ask yourself, what gave me the courage to stay, I say it was you. Because although they didn't know me here in Hollywood, the studios, all the Latins that are in the United States knew who I was, and they understood that I came here with dreams like they did.
Damn right.
So she got her star, and
she has the last laugh, right?
She got the last.
They
laugh.
kept telling Schwarzenegger, "Go back to Mexico."
Pretty wild story though, with the guy and the knife and the Hells Angels saving them. From the dude with the knife. Pretty wild, but she's now immortalized on the Walk of Fame. Joseph Maldonado Passage, better known as Joe Exotic, has been transferred to a federal Medical Facility in North Carolina after being diagnosed with prostate cancer.
I watched a little bit of the first episode of the second season.
Yeah.
Wasn't
It
working.
jumps around a lot.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
That's why I wasn't sure if they did, if it's the same people who made the first season.
I don't think it was.
It doesn't seem like it.
More fat guy on jet ski. That's what you need.
But it just seemed to not be as concentrated as much as last go around.
They do hop around.
Yeah.
Joe, who is 58, was transferred via private plane to the Butner Federal Medical Center from another medical facility for inmates in Fort Worth, Texas, sometime between Tuesday night and Wednesday morning. His attorney, John M. Phillips, said that the transfer was supposed to happen later this month, and they were hoping that Passage would be sent to Oklahoma, where he can prepare for resentencing and upcoming motions to overturn his conviction. But apparently he's, the cancer's...
It's bad.
It's bad in
yeah.
his case, yeah. Jessica Alba opened up about being transparent about her therapy with her daughter, Honor, who is 13 years old. She told E.T., I grew up in a family where it's still not totally accepted. And I think the more we break down those walls and make it, easy for people to understand and accept that it's just about you showing up for your family members or for yourself in a different way and trying to be better.
Is your therapy working?
She said, be better tomorrow than you were today,
Be better. Be better.
That's what she wants to do. So she told it all to E.T. And who doesn't? He really gets him to open up,
He gets him to cry.
Yeah.
You probably want to cry now, don't you?
No?
I'm using my alien mind control.
To make you cry?
Yeah. In fact, I'm going to give you your period right now.
He can point at him with the lit up finger and they all of a sudden start menstruating.
You're spotting.
That's crazy.
Getting more.
Stop it, E.T.
Britney Spears called out her fellow TRL era pop star Christina Aguilera on social media for, quote, refusing to speak.
I always got the impression that they weren't fond of each other.
Probably not.
Like anytime they presented that they were, it was just sort of a photo op. I think everyone thought that.
She called her out for refusing to speak about Spears' now terminated conservatorship. On an Instagram story posted late Friday, Spears shared a video of Christina speaking to the press during this week's Latin Grammys in Las Vegas. A reporter asked Aguilera whether she had spoken to Spears since the conservatorship was terminated. However, a publicist promptly cut short the interview, saying, we're not doing that.
No.
And Aguilera simply said, but I'm really happy for her. Overlaid on that video, Spears wrote on Instagram, I love and adore everyone who supported me, but refusing to speak when you know the truth is equivalent to a lie. 13 years being in a corrupt, abusive system, yet why is it such a hard topic for people to talk about? I'm the one who went through it. All the supporters who spoke up and supported me, thank you. Yes, I do matter.
What I've learned about Christina Aguilera is that she is basically a genie in a bottle.
That is it.
And you better rub her the right way.
I don't know why she would necessarily call her out for that, or its publicist just like, we're not going to talk about that right now. So
she's hungry.
Although
Can't you
Aguilera
see she's eating a hoagie.
avoided the conservatorship question at the Latin Grammys, the singer, whose history with Spears dates back to their time together in the Mickey Mouse Club, penned a series of tweets in support of Britney in June.
She didn't bring that up.
During the Free Britney movement. It's unclear if Spears ever saw those tweets or not. We do not know.
That collective, Preston, generated Justin Timberlake, Christina Aguilera, Britney Spears, Ryan Gosling, a whole bunch, right?
Yeah.
Who else was in that collective?
You said Justin
Timberlake, yeah.
It was a talented group.
Yep, absolutely. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever is on hiatus as Letitia Wright continues to recover. Wright was injured on set this year, and the film will be on hiatus for the rest of the year. A note was sent out to the staff, read in part, as you are all aware, Letitia had a frightening accident on her set during a stunt back in August. It was a reminder of the importance of safety at all times in our work, which we know you understand and are committed to. What we initially thought were minor injuries turned out to be much more serious, with Letitia suffering a critical shoulder fracture and a concussion with severe side effects. It's been a painful process, and Letitia has been home recovering with her doctors and the support of family.
I love when they shoot stuff out in real-world environments and they're practical about it, but the truth of the matter is that when they're doing all this green screen stuff, they can have so much more control. Yeah. And I bet you a lot, if they can afford it, a lot more of them are just going to do it that way.
Yeah, probably. So Discovery Plus is set to give Johnny Depp and Amber Heard the documentary treatment.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a talk show.
No. The estranged couple have famously...
It was hot in Los Angeles today.
Oh, like a morning talk show?
It was so hot I saw in the corner trying to buy an air conditioner.
Oh, how hot was it? I'm sorry, I didn't
It's all right.
get that show.
I'm new to this.
The estranged couple have famously been in and out of court, exchanging accusations of mental and physical abuse. Nick Hornby and Fran Baker are producing the documentary, which will include interviews with lawyers and observers, along with archive and audio footage.
I'm a sucker for this stuff. You know, these documentaries.
Hornby said, through the tapes, home videos, and text messages shown in court, these films give viewers a rare and important insight into a marriage that went tragically wrong and to better understand the hugely important issue of domestic violence.
So the first whiff we got of this was him freaking out. It was right. She had set the camera on the counter. Remember that? And he was looking, where's my Cocoa Puffs? Yeah. And he's freaking out.
Supposedly, she had messed around with Billy Bob Thornton. On one of their movie sets, and that's what he was
upset about.
Up in arms about.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because he also, didn't his mother die the day before that?
I don't know.
Well, that's not what he was upset about. I mean,
that too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he was upset about it.
No, but I mean, that's what he wasn't going after her about. But yeah, I think it might have been around that same time case. But yeah, so anyhow, they want to make a movie about it. They want to make a documentary about it. We'll see how that plays out. And then one last story, a character actor. This is sad news. A gentleman by the name of Art LaFleur, a veteran character actor known for The Sandlot and Field of Dreams.
Yeah.
Passed away. He was 78 years old.
Didn't know him by name, but when I saw the picture, I recognized him.
He died after a 10-year battle with atypical Parkinson's. He was born in Indiana and began his career in the 1978 TV movie Rescue from Gilligan's Island, followed by an episode of Charlie's Angels, and he then appeared in numerous shows from MASH and From Here to Eternity to Doogie Howser and The Incredible Hulk. He brought laughter. This is a statement, I believe, from his wife, who said, he brought laughter to so many people as Babe Ruth in The Sandlot, The Tooth Fairy in Santa Claus 2 and 3, and Chick Gandil in Field of Dreams, to name just a few. She called him a generous and selfless man, which carried over into his acting. But more importantly, it was who he was for his family and friends. I actually, The Sandlot was on over the weekend, and I watched some of that. Such a great movie.
Yeah.
And that guy, yeah, you recognize his face. You'll see him, you go, oh, yeah, I've seen him in a bunch of stuff. Yeah. All right, and I think we are ready for clips. Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City is the origin story of the Umbrella Pharmaceutical Company unleashing evil on the city and the group of survivors banding together to uncover the truth. In this clip, Kaya Scoldalario talks about working with director Johannes Roberts. Here we go.
Yeah, Johannes was really adamant about making it a survival horror picture. And there were days on set where we took a lot of time to focus on building tensions in the scene and building atmosphere, as opposed to, big car crash sequences or anything like that, because that's what we feel the fans really want and have really kind of missed and haven't had in a film adaptation before.
So Resident Evil, Welcome to Raccoon City is going to be in theaters this coming Wednesday.
That's a story that they can just keep retelling and rebooting because I love that world.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Yep. All right, next clip. A woman convicted of murder is released from prison and searches for the sisters she was forced to leave behind in The Unforgivable. In this clip, Sandra Bullock talks about what drew her to this film.
On one level, the fact that you had a murder that happened in a thrill ride that I felt people would get lost in. It was entertainment. It kept you hooked in on the edge of your seat. And then underneath, there was tremendous social commentary of what actually exists for millions of people who are born into poverty, who are born into a system that doesn't see them.
Okay. The Unforgivable comes out on Netflix this Wednesday. I want to see that. I did watch the trailer. It looks interesting seeing her play a character like that because she's normally girl next door, the object of affection and so on. But yeah, she's playing an ex-con, and it looks interesting. So
what I want is another Bird Box movie.
That was a good movie. I agree. That'd be pretty cool. All right, and your entertainment report for this Monday morning. It's a little gloomy looking. It's a little wet. But we have good news weather-wise because Thanksgiving is looking beautiful.
The real deal.
That's excellent.
Yeah.
So hang in there with this stuff, and we'll get through it. We'll take a break, come back in just a moment or two, and forward momentum on a Monday. We'll be right back.
So 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath,
Right.
full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So,
Yeah, well, he
so
is
you're
a
saying
farmer.
the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but
All
but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She got just a wonderful beaver.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver. She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys something.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Oh, okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you,
You're welcome.
everyone.
Jot that down.
Okay.
Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now. Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pick.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian's men came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay, it's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But we don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
And as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for
And paid a lot for.
paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to
Jerkoff.
quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff, forgive me. Julie Handjob, forgive me. Julie Handy, forgive me. Julie Blumpkin, forgive me. Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Wow.
You know what though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerkoff throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends called it that.
Julie Jerkoff.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie Oh my God! I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it, and
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
And then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit and she loses the jerk off
But you
for
know
a couple
what?
of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff.
Dude, she's getting her master's degree. It's a
Oh,
Master of
geez.
Science degree as she goes up and hears.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
well, and she doesn't. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you
couldn't even hear.
You're so excited, and
Yeah.
you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. You know, jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie
Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I
woman
know,
reading the
I
names.
know.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God.
But and there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure
Absolutely.
there'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize anytime we have a caller named Julie,
Yeah.
we will have to play.
Julie Jerkoff.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It actually it made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, I mean, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. As you pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Sky together less than a month ago.
It was wild to be there in the delivery room. I mean, the baby fell out of her butthole.
You remember a while back we had a couple of televangelists who were talking about how they needed a new jet.
Yes.
And they
to
were
spread the word.
Jesse Duplantis is his name.
The Duplantis Ministries, right?
Televangelist with a global reach is asking disciples for money to buy a jet that costs $54 million, quote, so we can go anywhere in the world in one stop.
If you're watching the video, he's dressed as I imagine Willy Wonka would dress when he retires.
By the way, well, I'm waiting for Marissa to get the full audio over, but Duplantis' solicitation comes 4 months after another televangelist, the Newark, Texas-based Kenneth Copeland, announced that he had just bought a new Gulfstream 5 jet.
Oh, someone got a little jealous.
I think that's what it is, Steve. I think it's what it is.
Wait a second. What did that son of a bitch just get?
Yeah.
Well, this will not fly in the eyes of the Lord.
I think it's keeping up with the Joneses. The aircraft.
Listen, you insufferable prick. I saw what you just bought, and I'm going to get an even bigger jet. Hallelujah.
The aircraft, when first sold in 1998, carried a $36 million price tag. That's what this other guy bought.
$54 million. You need to understand. You just cannot. You're waiting in line, and you're going through TSA, checking. You're taking your shoes off. That's time wasted from spreading the word of the Lord.
That's it.
That's it.
Oh, my.
And then you got the crying kids kicking the back of the seat. I cannot put together a proper homily on a flight with the riffraff, the human filth that populates these various aircraft while I'm trying to get out there and minister to the human filth. That
we got part
funds
one
my
over.
lust for high-end aircraft.
All right, here we go. This is the audio of him pitching this. He made a video of this.
Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse Duplantis. Thank you for tuning in to This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
Listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. One engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of them with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This is where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
it's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop. This is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know, it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3?
And I said, dear Jesus, I am surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $56 million plane? Will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild.
The scientific conclusions.
Wow.
Yes, we need to head to the campus of the Just Sayin Institute this morning.
The Just Sayin Institute, home of the brand new amusement park, Kathy Romano's Activity World.
Activity World. I love
Sounds
that.
exciting, doesn't it?
Well, we need something for our morale at the
Yes.
Just Sayin Institute as well. Not only we need to feed our minds, but we need to entertain ourselves.
Absolutely.
Too, so I understand that. So science now proves that the bond between grandmothers and their grandkids is a special one.
Oh, like we needed that, huh?
It did. Emory University researchers scanned the brains of grandmothers as they looked at photos of their grandchildren and as they looked at photos of their own adult children.
Hi, Grandma.
And they found that the grandma's brains showed more cognitive empathy, which is trying to understand what someone is thinking and why. And
Grandma.
They showed more of that when viewing photos of their grandchildren compared to when viewing photos of their adult children.
Don't we have the audio of the full experiment, Casey, where they play that steady stream of gibberish to see if Grandma can comprehend that?
Yeah, see if you can find that, because grandmothers have a way of tuning into their grandkids.
Right.
No matter what they're saying. And the researchers say that the cute factor of young kids likely plays a role in the results, which ultimately showed a stronger emotional response to grandchildren.
Do you think it's also because you have less of an obligation to your grandchildren?
That's part of it.
That's what I'm going to have to say, right?
I think it is. So in the test, grandmothers, do we have this ready to go?
Mm-hmm.
Grandmothers were play this, and they could actually decipher it. Here we go.
Hi, Grandma.
And they lit up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They know what that means.
Yeah.
And they get excited.
One more time on that if you
when
can
they hear
press
the little tyke say.
Hi, Grandma.
Oh, he's delightful. I think this would also be similar, knowing that I, as an uncle, have the benefit of corrupting children without all of the ramifications, you know?
Absolutely.
Not that your grandparents corrupt them, but yeah, I could see that.
I would be honored if you memorized this.
I was thinking of that very thing. That I was like, could I pull off the everybody's going to have me on the Baba Tudaba?
One more time.
With this.
Hi, Grandma.
That's a hard one.
Yeah. I think you could.
That would take a lot of work.
What was the story behind that case? I forget.
I remember it.
Yeah, so do
You
I.
were telling Siri would report, his kids would say things to Siri.
Okay.
And she would repeat it.
Okay.
And so he was just demonstrating it. He had the phone out.
Right.
And he would say this.
He'd be like, hey, Siri, say, shababa gig, and that's what my son would do.
Hi, Grandmom.
Hi, Grandma.
And so
But
we shortened it down to Hi, Grandmom.
Why was it ending in hi, Grandma?
Because that's how he ended it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I don't know why he was saying hi, Grandma, at the end. Hi, Grandma.
So
To me, that would be, you play that for an experiment, you're going to get some great results.
I'm grateful to my mom for being a great grandmom to my son. She came and picked him up today and drove him to school. And Steve, to your point about like, it's easier for grandparents to be parents than parents to be parents. There's a lot less stress. My mom is terrific, and so is my dad at being a parent to my dad when to my son when he needs it. But they don't have to deal with it every day, you know.
I would think so.
It makes their lives easier.
So the lead author, James Rilling, says what really jumps out in the data is the activation in areas of the brain associated with emotional empathy. That suggests that grandmothers are geared toward feeling what their grandchildren are feeling when they interact with them. So it's a special relationship. It definitely is. And it's one that can, as they get older, can kind of wear away, which is unfortunate that happens sometimes, you know. But hopefully you hang on to that tight relationship with your grand.
You mean it erodes after a while?
Meaning the grandchild can outgrow.
I
you know
see.
what I mean?
No longer likes watching Matlock and eating butterscotch candy.
Right.
Yeah.
I had my great grandmother. I used to spend a lot of time with when I was a little kid, and she would, like there would be when we would go visit my grandparents because they lived in Kentucky and we lived in a different state. And when they would want to go do stuff and they'd leave me with my great grandmother, we'd have a great time. It was awesome. She was this tiny little thing.
How old was she at the time?
Oh, she was in her 90s. She lived to be 102.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think did I meet? It's, they're blurry memories, after I was abducted and shipped to Mexico. No, but yeah, that to me, you see them on America's Funniest Home Videos now, and I guess this is a trend on TikTok as well, where you get the multi-generational family conga lining past the camera. Have you seen these?
Yeah. I knew my mother's parents, and they were great. We grew up with them. She helped my mom go through nursing school, so we spent a lot of time with my grandparents. But I didn't really know my dad's mother. She died when I was young, and we'll see pictures of her, and she was a nut like he is. So it was like it's kind of sad. I'm like, I wish I would have known her and her personality and what she was like.
I agree. I envy people who had or maybe you'll be be careful what you wish for. But both my grandparents, especially my grandmother on my dad's side, was very much into. She actually was an entertainer. She was a had a dance troops and did USO shows and all that stuff. But I would love to have known her more, but it wasn't meant to be.
Maybe like Kathy's dad, his mother had a relationship with Tommy Dorsey.
Right? Yeah.
Like that,
right.
like
Exactly.
a musician way
a groupie.
back in the day. I don't really know. So anyhow, I mean, listen, it's pretty obvious, but this study confirmed that yes, grandmothers feel more affection toward their grandkids than their adult children. So maybe it's because of cute little things like this that they say.
Hi, Grandma.
We need to start like a real rave song with that as the beginning, and then like the audience.
Hi, Grandma.
Mm-hmm. All right. So anyhow,
Hi, Grandma.
here's a text that says, I had my grandma for 25 years, and we used to drink blackberry brandy every Thursday after school when I was in college. Greatest woman ever, they said. So, well, if you had a relationship with your grandmother that close, that's
that's
special.
awesome.
That's pretty cool.
Shabba-ba-doo-bop.
Yep. Bye-bye-bye-ga. All right. Here's something else from the Just Saying Institute. And it has to do with affection, since we were talking about that.
Affection, feelings towards your grandmother?
No, not towards your grandmother.
All
Hugs.
Yes.
All hugs are not created equal. Psychologists in London found that longer hugs between 5 and 10 seconds were considered more pleasant than very short hugs, which are 1 second, and that arm position didn't really seem to matter.
Okay, what do you consider a hug that involves penetration?
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Sex?
That's, yeah.
Oh, sex, yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a pretty good hugger, I think. But there are definitely, I agree with this. There are some people who do not really have who don't know which hug is appropriate at certain times, and then cannot execute a good and proper hug.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. What?
No, I was just thinking, like, I want to see who gives the best hugs. Maybe we should just hug each other. Wait, what the hell was I going to say about hugs? Oh, I know. What's so awkward is hugging a tall person.
Because you're hugging their junk.
Well, no, you're like hugging their waist.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Some of the athletes that have come through here and come into our studio, we get to know some of them. So when they come in, a lot of them will give me a hug. And some of the really tall ones, it's just awkward. And I don't know if it's awkward for them too, or they're just used to that. Well, yeah, because they're so much taller. But it's like, it's just, you kind of go in with one arm and I'm like, place my head on their stomach.
Or you do like, I think if you also, there are all sorts of things I think about. First, I let the person indicate to me that they're down with this, like I don't want to
of course,
overstep my bounds. A lot of times I'll keep my hand closed, like behind their back as I'm doing that, like I'm not,
you're not
cupping your ass.
Groping
Yeah.
them.
Preston, your approach is admirable because you go in arms askew, and so the
You
person
make it clear.
knows that a hug is coming their way.
Because it's like the weird, awkward moment when you go to give a high five and they want a fist bump. And you're like, oh, wait, wrong one.
Right.
So with a hug, I like to go in. My intention is we are hugging now.
Yeah.
We are hugging. I don't want this to be uncomfortable.
Right.
So, both arms go out wide like this. And then you have to decide which one is appropriate. Generally, it's the one arm over, one arm under.
Okay.
Under arms, okay?
Yeah.
Because that's here, stand up here.
Yeah,
So I'll give you an example here.
See, I told you you're going to hug.
This
Okay.
is little double pat.
Yeah.
Okay, now then there's the everything's gonna be okay hug.
Oh.
Which is both arms go above and it's like this.
That's okay.
That's
all right.
that
Give
is
him a little pat
that
on
is
the
a
back.
consolation.
Okay, little
do you want
pat
to
on
see
the back of the
my
head.
standard hug when I get it?
And then hold on, I'm not done.
Wait,
I'm not done.
There's another one.
Yeah, then
You've got a troika.
Then there's the embrace, which they go under.
Yeah.
Like this.
Right.
That's when you need a hug.
That's when I need a hug.
Yeah.
Right.
When my arms go under the other person's arms.
Steve wants
Yes.
to come in and give you a
I
hug.
need a hug.
Preston. No, you got to do.
Okay, what are we doing?
Steve's going to show you how he...
Jesus.
Oh, God, this is awkward.
Steve, okay?
This is terrible.
Okay, buddy.
Is Steve okay?
Steve did. He started. He like it's the pre-fetal position.
Yeah,
He
seriously.
started to.
Was that uncomfortable or was that right?
That was
No, you needed a hug.
Oh,
You needed a hug.
See,
So it's okay, and I can give that.
I always do one arm.
you
You do
don't.
the one-arm hug.
Yeah.
Because you don't, I understand why. The person, I
wanna
think your response to the one arm will indicate whether the second arm is going to be used, correct?
Wait, for me, like if I'm going to
So
use
if you're extending out and the other person starts to,
to go really...
Then
no,
you-
I
Oh, you
stick
stay
with the
one
one
arm?
arm. I think
Wow.
it's so my head stays away from their face.
That's what I figured.
yeah.
Because a one-arm hug. Let's demonstrate the one-arm
All right.
hug, which is
Yeah.
kinda,
Stay...
like,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't even, like, see,
Yeah.
I'm perpendicular.
Yeah. I don't...
I'm not.
That's
parallel.
fraternal.
I'm perpendicular to him.
However, if you do this,
you don't turn all the way.
100% Preston.
Okay.
Oh,
That's the bro hug.
Yeah,
Bro hug.
Well, so you're dapping them up,
Yeah.
That's
let's
bro hug.
dap me up.
and then you just one finger anally. I think.
Yeah.
is-
Yeah.
Depending on the relationship.
Mhm.
My brother Josh hugs way too hard. He comes in and he squeezes.
Yeah.
And I love Josh to death, but it's too forceful.
Yep.
And I've seen people recoil afterwards.
Yeah.
I don't like that either.
I don't.
It's like the too firm handshake as
Yeah.
well.
It's like not Bob Kelly, Joe Watson.
Oh my God.
You know?
Yeah.
Wait, does he like squeeze you?
Yes.
He doesn't know
I've
his
had
own
people do
strength.
that.
Yes. Yeah. I think he doesn't know his own strength. Yeah. That's the right way of putting it.
You can almost like have to. You can't breathe for a moment. It's like you
It's
kind
a
of like
little
lose a little
awkward.
bit of your breath.
Yeah.
I know what you're talking about.
I've
All
got
right.
a friend who doesn't like hugs though. Like, and I remember one time we were like leaving somewhere and I gave her a hug and she's like, "Yeah, I don't do hugs." And I was like, "Yep, got it, no problem."
Yeah, well, there you go. Well, if it's nothing you like, then if you make that statement, then everyone knows.
My favorite thing is seeing when Gary Lauer goes in for a hug.
Oh, he tried to kiss you
I
before. Like,
love
Do you know what correlates to that? What correlates to that is Beverly D'Angelo in A Christmas Vacation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When Eddie comes in and she's going, she's like a dog refusing a pill in a pill pocket.
Yeah, well, and by the way, he doesn't go in for a hug. He goes in for a kiss.
Yeah.
I know.
And
I know.
so, yeah, I've given him like the top of my head,
Yeah.
and I've gotten like full, like wet kiss on the top of my
we
head.
are not going to do that. I hugged a lady a couple of months ago. Afterwards, I was like, in my mind, I was like, she didn't want to hug. But she was giving me the indication that she was going in for a hug.
Yeah.
But when it was all said and done, I was like, God damn it. She didn't want that hug, and I hugged her, but like she made me think that she wanted a hug. And I just met her. I mean, like
Those misread signals are some of the most awkward things. That's why I try to leave the I'm going to gauge the response of my initial surface type hug, and if they want more, I'll give them more.
So researchers note the results suggest that special care should be taken to avoid extremely brief hugs, though they admit that they do not know exactly when a hug becomes too long and awkward.
I think if you are still hugging them as they're driving home from the back seat, that's probably too much.
The finding could help design friendlier seeming robots, as in the past, they've been evaluated less positively after giving hugs that are too short. Who the hell's hugging robots? What is this? What?
Where are these huggable robots?
I don't know why that's even included in there.
no, don't worry about that one.
Okay. I will go to a call. I'm going to go to Gina. Hi, Gina. Good morning.
Hey, you guys rock.
Oh, thank you, Gina. What's up?
So if COVID has been good for one thing, it's been for anti-huggers because I hate hugs, and now COVID is my excuse to not have to hug people anymore.
Yeah.
All right.
Fantastic.
I want you to quantify that. So you hate hugs, period, even people that you really, really like?
No, if you are not my wife or my kids, then I don't want to hug you.
Okay. Well, no, I think that's reasonable. How are you as far as handshakes or fist bumps or things of that nature?
I'm a very firm handshaker, so
Okay.
I also it's kind of the opposite effect because if you have a weak or limp handshake, I also don't want to.
You don't like the dead fish.
So.
Okay, I got
All
you.
right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. We appreciate it,
Thanks,
Gina.
guys.
All right. So hugging, yes. But they found the longer the hugs, between 5 and 10 seconds, they were considered more pleasant than the really short hugs. So you don't want to give a super short hug. Just give it like just a little hang in there.
I think that's a big turnoff if you just give the perfunctory like almost like a body tap and move on. Like I'm not into this.
The best is in Groundhog Day, Ned Ryerson. I
don't know where
Phil hangs on for a while. I'm not sure if you have anywhere to go right now. That's the best.
There is
That's uncomfortable.
There's a good robot hug in Short Circuit 2. Johnny Five hugs Fisher Stevens. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see what else we have here in the JSI. We're going to talk about Americans and how addicted we are to our phones.
Yes, we are. My uncle
and
told me.
There was a new survey that found just how addicted we are, even using them at places like weddings and funerals, in the bathroom, and after sex. In the poll, 99% said that they use their phone while watching TV, 88% while walking on the sidewalk, 78% while at a concert, and 73% while walking their dog.
So I will say this: I've noticed. Now I'm kind of like the quasi-noticer now, Preston, but the use of the phone amongst the general population has gotten to the point where I am noticing it much more as far as people walking with the phones, as far as people. Now, I know, Casey, you say you always watch TV looking at the phone. My wife is constantly playing games on her phone, constantly. And so I've just noticed in general, as I peruse the environment around me, more people locked on their screens.
I can't stand it when, we as a family or my wife and I have decided to watch something together.
Right.
And I look over and I see my family members on their phone. And I feel like saying, what are we even doing here? Okay, I'll just watch this and I'll have a little discussion by myself about how much I liked it or didn't like it. I thought this is kind of a communal experience that we're having.
So you can comment on it.
Yeah, and they're on their phones, and I feel kind of...
I don't know why you get offended by that.
I feel a little hurt by that. You don't know why?
No, I don't. It's
if you've asked someone to watch something with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want them to give a little bit of attention to it. I can understand that. If you're just passively sitting there watching TV and channel surfing, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But if you say, let's sit down and
let's watch this.
Right.
Yeah, I can't have my phone.
You have essentially assigned people. I'm sorry, Kathy. You're assigning people something. No.
We've agreed upon something.
Okay. It's I know. I don't. Because
so you're one of those.
Well, I'm on the receiving end of your ire. We watched the Stand together, and I could feel you looking at me, right? But you don't know what I'm looking up. I could be looking up, and I do this quite a bit when I watch TV. IMDb. Okay. Oh, who is that person? Okay, I'm going to take a look at this. And, sometimes it's words with friends, and then other times it's not. But I have been on the receiving end of that, and it's like, why are you getting so pissed off? It's like, this is how I watch TV.
He thinks you're not paying attention. So for me, I can't.
So what if I'm not paying attention?
Well, because I'm talking about for his wife. If he wants to watch something with his wife, then you think, okay, now she's not watching it, and she's not going to be invested in it. Like, I can't have my phone. If I'm watching TV, I'm watching TV. My phone can't be near me because otherwise I won't pay attention. I won't know what's going on the TV.
Yeah. So I'll do something like now. I'll look over and I'll see that that she's looking down at her phone, and I'll say, "It says on the screen 3 years later." There's a segue, a big leap forward. 3 years later, that might be important. A little plot point in the movie.
That's great looking out.
You should.
Good looking out. That's a great co-pilot right
I shouldn't have to do that.
You should pause the TV and just say, "What did Chloe just say?"
Yeah. I start quizzing.
I didn't know we were taking a test here. I didn't know that there was going to be a freaking
I can see on his level.
Exam at the end of
at
this.
a certain point, okay, then I'm just going to watch it.
Yeah.
But that's fine. But I mean, if you said, "Hey, this is something I'd really like you to see. I think you're going to enjoy it."
Yeah.
And as the person started sculpting in front of you,
Yeah.
it's a distraction.
Or if they weren't interested in the first place, then or if they're watching
I'm not
and they're
into
just
it.
not into it, I get it. Go ahead, leave. I'm liking this. I'm going to
Yeah.
finish watching it. I understand that.
Well, and here's part of this. So I'm trying to find the article and I can't find it, but I read it was an alarming stat of how much time it takes you. Like when you pick up your phone, you get an alert. You pick up your phone. Let me see who texted me. And the process that you go through before you actually put your phone down, like nobody's actually, or most times it was saying that they're not actually just reading the text. So once they're in their phone, they then are clearing something else out, an email, or they're going to check Instagram really quick. So it went through all of the, and how many apps they actually click on before they then turn the phone off.
And that you're not aware of
and
because
put it down.
you're so perfunctory about it.
Right, exactly. So it would kind of make, like what you're talking about, it would make sense. If you're picking the phone up, you're not just doing that one thing. You're probably doing a few others, which is taking your attention away from whatever you're watching on TV.
It's always text, calls, calendar, Pornhub.
Yeah.
Right?
I told you one time, and it just speaks to the attention span. There was a time I sat down to play a video game.
Yeah.
And there was a I don't know if it was like a cutaway scene or something like that was going to take some time.
Right.
So what did I do? I whipped out my phone and I started playing a different game. And then I realized what I'm doing. I'm like, God, I can't even, my attention span, I can't wait 45 seconds or however long this little cutaway is that I need to keep myself entertained. That's sad.
It's the deadening of you don't want to make these big sweeping statements, but of attention to let things breathe and enjoy them. Stallone was talking about it, like in the clips that Marissa got at the Rocky IV re-edit, and the pacing is so staccato these days and so quick that a movie that actually just takes a little time to breathe. Watching The Godfather, the opening scene in The Godfather is this static shot of, I believe in America. That would have been 200 cuts if it was a Marvel film, So I think you lose something. But what am I? I don't know the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah. So anyhow,
I just say hi, grandmom, and go home.
Yep. So it happens in the questionable category. This is, by the way, going back to this study that shows that we are using our phones in a lot of situations. So this one says more dangerously, 42% said they look at their phone while crossing the street, and 1/3 while biking or skating.
You remember that app, Preston? And it's, I don't know if people have taken advantage of it, but it is an app that goes through, keeps the camera active so that what you're looking at is an overlay on your active camera so that you can see where you're going.
All right.
60% admit they use their phone during a religious service. Half had done so during a wedding, and 30% at a funeral or a wake. Case, when you're at church, do you sit there and look at your phone?
No.
Okay, why not?
No.
Because it's up on the screen.
Yeah. Because, listen, if I'm at the movies or in the middle of a church service, no, I don't.
It's verboten.
It's verboten.
Right.
You
Okay,
just- you
because
don't
that's
do
in
that.
public. All right.
Would you do it at a wake? Would you rest if it's an open coffin wake? Would you rest your phone on the chin of the deceased?
Listen, I've gotten to
Not the ceremony, though.
Yeah.
Or like, or not. Do you call it a ceremony? What do you call it?
Yeah, sure.
Like,
ceremony.
okay,
Yeah.
like-
party.
No, but if you're just sitting in the funeral home and
Right.
you've already paid your respects and you're just kind of sitting there waiting, I would pull out my phone.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. Like when you are like, if you have to go, I've been in the church for ceremonies and, like, let's say Christmas, for instance, you have to get to Mass, 45 minutes. If you want to get a good seat, yes, I will sit on my phone and wait for the service to start. But the second the processional starts, the phone goes away.
The iPad comes out.
Yeah.
How often and when do you guys physically separate yourselves from your phone?
When I go to sleep.
That's it. That's the only time.
How do I physically?
Yeah, like put your phone someplace else to explicitly avoid picking it up.
When I come home, I put it in the charger, and then I'll check it around the time that we have our conference call.
So you walk away for a stretch.
Yeah.
If
And
I'm
then I'll
at
do.
home, I leave my phone. I don't have my phone on me. So if I'm at home, if I'm doing things at the house or whatever, no, the phone is in another room, and especially if I'm watching TV.
Yeah, I do that a lot.
I
just
can't.
leave it somewhere else.
I cannot. When I leave here,
You're a producer, though.
I'm a producer,
Yeah.
and so I have to check my email. It seems like at least every half hour or so, just to make sure that I'm not missing something, and it happens quite a bit.
Paul
Like,
Abdul interview. Yes.
Yeah.
Hang on, I want to go to this call. This is a good idea for me. Hi, Evan. Good morning.
Hey, yes, whenever my wife and me are watching something together, if she's playing on her phone, sometimes I'll just include, like, oh, my God, I can't believe that just happened. And she's like, what? And I'll be like, oh, yeah, and I just start making stuff up. And then later on in the movie, she's like, why didn't they ever get back to that thing you said?
That's a great idea. I love that, Evan. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Have a good one.
All right, we'll see
It's
you.
like when you, I can see on some level, it's like when you listen to the song and you want the person to listen,
Yeah.
and so that, and on that certain level, that's a communal thing. But if the rule's already set ahead of time and the person, you're just sitting there watching or listening to music, you have at it. Whatever.
But if you've kind of made an appointment,
Right.
we're going to watch this movie tonight.
Yeah.
We're going to watch this episode of this show or whatever it is. Because I want somebody to talk to about it.
Right, yeah,
You know what
yeah.
I mean, it's like reading the same book. You want to talk about it. So
It's like Oprah's book club.
90% regularly use their phone while sitting on the toilet. Yeah, definitely. 40% say that the first thing they do after having sex is check their phone.
Preston, in my bathroom, and I thought when we first bought the house, I'm like, I'm not going to like this because I have my own bathroom. And there is a build out over the radiator that's like a shelf with the thing. And I'm like, I'm going to be sitting right in front of this goddamn thing. It has now become my office.
Oh,
the
sure.
iPad, the
Yeah.
connector,
Yes.
It's like, yes. All I need is a receptionist sitting outside the bathroom.
33% confess that phone notifications have distracted them during sex.
Huh.
So they'll be in the throes of passion, and their phone will be on, and they will hear a chime or something like that, and it will get them off their game.
Grandmom.
They'll hear that.
My grandmom, I got to take this.
That is a great ringtone specifically for your grandmother.
Yes.
If you can assign that,
Grandmom.
that would be a great one. So, all right,
Oh, God, I love you.
one more thing from the Just Saying Institute. Hang on a second here. I want to keep it kind of short.
The music is very inspiring from the Just Saying Institute. It just makes you think about learning.
All right, how about this one? There was a study that was done that says being sedentary has been linked to increased feelings of anxiety and depression. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah, if you sit in the basement.
University researchers found people who spent a higher amount of time sitting between April and June of last year were likely to have increased symptoms of depression. The researcher, Jacob Meyer, added, sitting is a sneaky behavior. It's something that we do all the time without thinking about it. Still, Meyer says this study cannot prove causation and that it's possible that people who were more depressed sat more, or that people who sat more became more depressed, or that there was some other factor that researchers did not identify.
This sounds kind of vague.
You don't know anything.
Sounds kind of vague here. I think so, but I'm not sure. I mean, I was sitting when I came to this conclusion. Maybe I was depressed, or maybe it's great for you. I don't know.
Overall, Meyer suggested people take breaks when sitting for
and go do what? Go sit some other place?
Right, exactly. Usually when you take a break, sitting down is what you do.
Napping is knocking me out. I gotta go take it.
I gotta go sit down for a minute.
I kind of get what they're saying here. That like sitting down can lead to depression, or is it the depression that leads to just sitting down?
True. Yes.
Yeah. So like, and if in your mind you're like, all right. All I want to do because I'm depressed is sit down and do nothing, when in reality, what you should do to combat the depression a little bit is to move some.
Or pull out your phone.
Right. Yeah. Connect with the world.
There you go.
On social media.
Yeah.
That'll help.
All right, that one was stupid.
Okay.
Do another one?
Yeah, let's do another one. And then
Not even worthy of the Just Saying Institute.
Totally. A study finds that dads who spend more time with their kids have a different brain structure compared to less involved fathers.
Like a pyramid shape?
I don't know if it is actually shape. University of Essex researchers found that men who want to actively be involved in childcare and enjoy time with their kids have a larger hypothalamus.
Oh, hypothalamus, really?
Yes. So
interesting.
The part of the brain known to play a key role in attachment and parenting.
Huh.
Researchers are unsure whether the hypothalamus increases in size in response to the time with children, or whether some men are born with an increased volume.
So, okay, yes, okay, that's exactly what I was just going to ask. So whether it is a product of
over time,
or a causality.
I don't know.
See, look at the words I'm using.
Are you pretty well versed in the physiology of the brain? Because you responded to that
A little
quickly.
bit. You know, H.P. Lovecraft and all that sort of stuff, and the pineal gland and all of those other things that supposedly go into the way we...
the hippocampus
and the
medulla oblongata.
Hungry hippo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What do you think? Because I'm fascinated by when they can tap into certain parts of the brain.
It's interesting.
And open up memories that have not been apparent to the person prior to that surgery or prior to that procedure.
Yeah.
I think there's a whole wealth of stuff there that is still to be discovered.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I have a friend who's a neurosurgeon, and he, I'll ask him questions about this stuff from time to time, and I immediately get lost. But like the frontal lobe, you can remove huge chunks of it, and you're fine.
It is
weird,
wild,
right?
I would not want to do that voluntarily because I like the way my hats sit.
Yes.
Yeah.
But that's why you've seen some people who have who've had a brain injury,
like dented,
and they have a big dent in there because they took out part of their brain, and they can still function just fine.
Yeah,
it's an interesting.
I wonder in those situations, and we've seen them. Is there anything that can be done to correct that?
Oh, to just like a
woodcock or
no? What's the word I'm looking for?
To fill it in, I guess.
Yes,
right.
But
Or
I was looking for
something medical,
not plastic surgery, but never mind.
Reconstructive.
Anyway. Yeah, no, it's a word that I can't think of because part of my frontal lobe is gone, and I can't remember it.
Let me tap on an electrode to your brain and
not
see if we can get
prosthetic, but aesthetic.
All right, yes.
To have the aesthetic of having a full head there. I don't know. Maybe they can do that, or you could just wear really cool hats.
I think so.
All the time.
Awesome lid, bro.
A researcher says dads, like moms, are biologically wired to be parents. Our data revealed that this can be seen in dads' brain's anatomy, as well as brain-to-brain synchrony with their kids, and especially so for more confident and involved fathers. So there's something specifically different about dads, physiologically different about dads who spend more time with their children.
Well, all right. So I hear this from parents all the time. Do you think that in general, do you think you spend enough time with your children?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I was just going to say, there's nobody that would say no. You just did.
Spend enough? I would love to spend more time with my kids, if that's what you mean by that. Yeah.
What about you? I know, Kathy, you dote a little bit, yeah.
What?
With Jace, I mean, you're very involved in activities.
Oh
and
God,
things like-
yeah.
Well, let me tell you why. Because
He's your test subject for French toast.
I've got a 21-year-old who I hardly see anymore because he's working full time.
Yes, there you go.
I got a 19-year-old who's starting to branch out and go away from the house more. So that's what I mean by wanting to spend more time with him. Absolutely. My kids are getting older.
It's
so
the Harry Chapin syndrome.
Have gotten older, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Cat's in the cradle.
Yeah. So, anyhow. That's all I have. Now you made me feel like a bad parent, Kathy.
Why?
Surely no one would say.
Surely
Well,
no
see,
one
I
would
was
say
like,
they want to
nobody's
spend more
gonna
time with their
admit-
children.
Only a scumbag would say that.
Nobody's gonna say no. I don't spend enough time. But you weren't saying like, no, I'm partially a deadbeat dad because I'm on my phone watching TV. No, you're. I know what you're saying. Your kids are older and
Yeah, it's different for you.
yeah, they're not around as much because they have their own lives.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's why, if you do have younger children, like spend as much time as you can, because at a certain point they're going to leave the nest.
Or, as
You'll miss
some
it.
parents do, you build a sub-basement where you keep them.
So I saw a guy on Saturday who had 4 children with him, and they were all really little, right?
Yeah.
I think maybe the oldest might have been around 6 years old. And I was talking to him about that, because at one point we had 3 kids under 4. And I miss that. And so that part of their lives, like that what I call floor time, where, you're just kind of like wrestling with them and playing with them, like, that's just a short amount of time that you get. And, people always...
You can do it when they're adults. It just seems a little weirder, right?
But people are like, oh, I can't wait until they can do this or do that. And it's like, well, yes, you can. And just wait, because enjoy the time that you have now. And you did do that, Preston.
Oh yeah, and so I have a digital frame in our kitchen, and I spend a lot of time in the day as I walk by and I see that, and I'll say out loud, I'll go, "Oh man,
yeah."
Are you like Chevy Chase in Christmas Vacations, watching the film, sitting up in the
Yeah, totally. Oh man,
It's little stabs
that
of,
was so awesome.
of physical pain. Like when you see that
Yeah.
and experience that, it's a palpable miss. But Casey, I think the hardest part when you're dealing with floor time is to recognize during those ages that this isn't stressful, that I should be enjoying this.
Yeah.
Because while you're going through it can be a lot, and you're like, all I want to do is go to sleep. But looking back on it, you miss it terribly.
Yeah. Someday I'll miss this if you just remind yourself of that, and someday I'll be crying. Yeah.
My grandma.
Bye, Grandma. Actually, it'd have to be slower to be sadder, right?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
Right, Grandma.
Hang on, I got to turn it off.
Oh, sorry.
You're
Go ahead.
sad now.
Hi, Grandma.
Jesus.
Oh, dear God. What happened to you? You were like 6 years old, and they turned around and you're a monster.
All right. Anyhow, we have to leave the Institute. We're done. They're closing up shop. It's finished for the day.
Fall break.
But we did appreciate strolling the campus this morning. The new Kathy Romano.
Yes, the Kathy Romano Activity World.
Activity
The
World.
#1 amusement park
Yeah.
in that campus.
All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, the bizarre file awaits. My friends, stay with us because we won't be gone very long.
And they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
Oh, you might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't mind
This
riding
is
along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how.
That is not very
That's akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
It's amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right, so anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes.
You can't wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
You can get That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching it
Stop.
out.
Your plot is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
Over the ear.
over your ear. And
Yeah,
you're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch them out for you.
yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Wendy, I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh, my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, did we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice! She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, I mean, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
But
Yeah.
that's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
Well, he's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh my God, let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay.
Oh.
I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner.
Yes.
Has 6 kids, but.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlyn, huh? Thought you'd be bigger. I mean, no cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh, my God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it later on. But, of course, it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out?
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little...
I couldn't tell.
What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. This it is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla lookalike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it.
I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartzen.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. you nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in
Yes,
a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
a lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
This goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand up."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane." And a lot of people just know me from movies, so it's kind of a bonus when they're like, "Oh my gosh."
Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball, and they're like, "Oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh,
this is a whole other
crazy."
aspect.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Oh, all right.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes.
Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, "Oh, it's this kid." And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, "Who is this dude?" And a lot of the younger guys were like, "Oh, that's this kid Nick Swartzen. That was my first special." And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he like called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, "Yeah, you." So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
There's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And it's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember Sandler called me up and he goes, "Hey man, I'm doing this movie Chuck and Larry with Kevin James," and I was like, "All right, cool." And he goes, "Yeah, it's a part for you," and I go, "All right, great." And he goes, "Yeah, you're playing Jessica Biel's brother." I'm like, "That's amazing." And he goes, "Yeah, you're a gay brother." And I was like, "I've been doing a lot of gay stuff." I was on Reno 911 at the time. So I was like 4 or 5 years deep in Reno 911. And he was like, "No, dude, it's not like your character Terry on Reno 911. It's different. It's not that gay." And I show up to wardrobe. I show up to wardrobe, and they put me in like a butterfly outfit with like tiny shorts.
Yes.
And I was like, "Yeah, this is way different. Way different."
And then you end up playing in another movie I think is underrated, is Blades of Glory.
Oh yeah.
And you play the stalker.
Yeah.
Who comes up with the conceit that gets.
I saved the movie.
Saved the movie, yeah. But that was another gay character.
It was gay-ish.
Gay.
It wasn't like bursting into flames. It was just like half my leg was on fire.
I wanted to ask about your fascination with bats, because we had seen an interview that you love bats. You want to have pet bats or something like that.
What interview is that?
I don't know. It says here he loves bats. Wanted to buy a bat farm in a recent interview.
That's insanity.
That's not
That
you.
is completely false. Bats are horrifying. I want nothing to do with bats.
So who
You never said that in an
who
interview?
grabbed the
I
piece of
probably did,
information?
but I do a lot of mushrooms.
Who grabbed the piece of information about the bat farm?
I don't know what could possibly have happened there.
In your data sheet.
Bats are literally horrifying. I remember when I was growing up, I lived in an apartment with my mom, and there was a bat in the house, and me and my mom were freaking out, and they make a weird high-pitched sound. They're horrifying.
Unlike anything you've ever heard, and they're making their location sound, their echolocation. You know it the second you hear it.
Yeah, you know the second you hear it. And me and my mom freaked out, and we hid in her bedroom. We didn't know what to do, because it's like, it's like, do we call the police? Like, I don't know what to do. And the bat climb, they can fit under, like you said, this tiny sliver underneath the door.
That's all they need.
It's like a horror movie.
Yeah.
And it came in, and it made this weird sound, and I just end up killing my mom and eating her.
Okay,
I just want her to live through that.
So it's the absolute antithesis.
The love of bats is incorrect then.
All right. How?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know who said that.
It was when you were in Austin for your third time. It says, "Why do you keep coming back?" And you said, "I love Austin. I actually looked into buying a place there. Just like the vibe. It's creative."
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app. You can download the DraftKings app and use the code ROCK to get in on the action. Las Vegas police said that a man tried to skip out on a $4,000 restaurant bill and then made a bomb threat at the Bellagio last week. Greg Cohen Officers were called to, by the way, the name of the guy is Greg Cohen, and officers were called to the Las Vegas Strip property around 3:30 p.m. When officers arrived, casino security told them that Cohen had been eating and drinking in Spago, a restaurant in the casino, and had a bill of $4,312.75.
Well, that's a hefty tab.
He reportedly got up and left, saying that he was using the bathroom. According to the restaurant's manager, Cohen had ordered seafood and a bottle of Dom Perignon, then socialized with women nearby and bought them champagne. The manager then said he saw Cohen at a table game. So to rack up $4,000,
yeah,
even if it's dumb, how many freaking bottles are you going to have to order, and how much food would you have had to have ordered to run that up?
It's crazy.
Cohen was asked to return to the restaurant to pay the bill. The report said Cohen stated that he had $10,000 to pay, but then he emptied his pockets and he had no money at all.
He just had a rabbit's foot and some Cracker Jacks.
He was taken into security custody. When waiting for police to arrive, security said that Cohen had said, "I'll bet if there was a bomb, they'd get here really fast." When asked directly if he placed a bomb in the casino, Cohen reportedly said, "There is a bomb." And then he repeated the word bomb multiple times.
Bomb, 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 bomb.
Court records show Cohen is charged with communicating a bomb threat and then theft and defrauding a proprietor. He's expected back in court on the 1st of December, by the way.
Yeah, even though with the prices being jacked up at the casinos, that you'd run a $4,000 tab.
Yeah.
It's pretty crazy.
Kathy had this in the news. Sorry, I'm dealing with a little phlegm issue today. We'll start with this. We'll go back to this story. Some 80 people ransacked a Nordstrom's department store in Walnut Creek, California on Saturday night, stealing merchandise and assaulting 2 employees before escaping in a large number of cars that were waiting outside that they'd arrived in.
Like a fleet.
Some of those involved in the San Francisco Bay Area incident, which police called clearly a planned event, were wearing ski masks and carrying crowbars.
Wow.
Most got away with just 3 people arrested. Police said in a statement Sunday that they were reviewing surveillance footage to try and identify other suspects. I got to believe they're going to nab some of those people. I mean, it's 80 of them, and you got all these cars.
Tons
they
of
have
footage.
to get some footage.
Yes, exactly. And clear footage, what I saw.
That is just
Yeah.
wild that happened. 80 people and how they
The
organized.
balls, yeah.
I'm really curious about that. All right, Whitefish, Montana is known for fly fishing and hiking trails studded with yellow aspen trees. But after Silicon Valley billionaire Michael Goguen took up residence in the Rocky Mountain town several years ago, he transformed it into his private fiefdom, a dark banana republic where he allegedly controls local law enforcement and a harem of young women.
This is troubling.
The bombshell allegations, which also include claims of Goguen ordering his security chief to kill detractors, are contained in a lengthy civil complaint recently filed in the United States District Court for the District of Montana. According to court papers, Goguen, who is 57, employs hundreds of residents in companies he controls and owns a series of luxury safe houses where he takes dozens of young women for sex, and he has a spreadsheet documenting his sexual encounters with 5,000 women and even outfitted a local bar that he owns with a basement, quote, boom boom room, which features a stripper pole.
The boom boom room.
Yeah, the underground enclave is allegedly used to maintain women for the purpose of committing illicit sexual activity. The complaint, which seeks more than $800 million in damages, was filed by 4 former employees who set up Goggen's Ammentor Group, LLC, which is a security contractor that has clients around the world. And now Goguen is wrapped up in a mystery that just keeps getting messier as person after person has apparently tried to take him down, only to end up taken down themselves. Originally from Bedford, Massachusetts, Goguen joined the venture investment firm Sequoia Capital in 1996. Companies including he was already known for taking smart early bets on companies including Apple, Cisco. Would later generate buzz and money for getting behind brands that would become enormous, like Google, YouTube, PayPal, and Instagram among them. So he was really good at this stuff. But he had gotten a share of the Google deal, and as Bloomberg reported, frequently appeared on the Forbes Midas list for his ability to find and fund winning technologies. But things came to a crashing halt in 2016 when his former mistress, Amber Baptiste, an exotic dancer from Canada,
I remember this,
accused him of constant sexual abuse, including countless hours of forced sodomy. And it goes into great detail about some horrible things that this guy did. But apparently, and this is why I put it in the bizarre file, he has this whole area of his under his control.
He's like a Marvel villain.
Yeah. And so they are they're going after him, and it's going to be interesting to see this play out in court and how far this guy took it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. All right, and then one more story, and we will wrap it up. How about this one? More details in Kentucky have been released about a shooting Friday afternoon that started with an argument over a CB radio.
They still have those.
Yeah, believe it or not. The shooting suspect is Noah Bolin Jr. Deputies say Bolin drove to the home of William Danny Johnson, where the two met in the driveway, and the shooting happened. Deputies say Bolin proceeded to beat Johnson after the shooting as well.
Where's my radio?
Johnson suffered a gunshot wound to the stomach and right side. He was flown to the hospital, and he underwent surgery Friday evening. Investigators say both men are in their 60s, and they've known one another since high school.
Man.
Bolin faces a first-degree assault. The victim's son says he feels that it should be an attempted murder charge. Investigators say Johnson, listen to this, was shot with a revolver that shoots 410-bore shotgun shells.
Holy hell.
It's a handgun that shoots shotgun shells.
I don't like that.
When asked what led to the dispute, the sheriff said just personal things over the years, I think, had been built up, hard feelings for many years. The shooter said he had just taken all that he could take and was pushed over the limit on the CB radio.
So, do truckers still use CB radio a lot?
I assume that they do.
Yeah.
But I couldn't tell you for sure or not. But
I remember when they were all the rage, and I think we got, what do we get? A Pace, I think was the name brand of the Citizen CB radio.
That sounds familiar.
Huge whipping antenna on the back of a Subaru.
Yeah.
And it was crazy, yeah.
Yeah, I was deep in the CB culture
yeah.
as well once Smokey and the Bandit hit. I mean, come on, man.
Had to. Got to get your convoy. What's your 20?
Yep. All right. What's your 20? All right, and there you go. That bathroom is going 10-100.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, really?
Yep. Gotta
What
go
does what's your
10-100.
20 mean? I don't.
Where are you?
Yeah.
What's your
okay.
location?
Okay.
Yeah. What's your 20, good buddy?
Good buddy.
You know what a bear is?
Yeah, it's
a manly sexual, homosexual guy. No, bears were
State
police.
troopers, right?
Police officers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
There you go.
Oh,
what?
Smokey, the bear,
Yeah.
and the bandit.
Smokey and the Bandit. Yeah, exactly.
Ah.
So the Smokies,
Yeah.
Smokies were cops. Yeah, exactly. All right. This has been your CB Radio
Thanks,
update
guys.
on the Preston and Steve Show. We're going to take a break. We're going to have our buddy Rick Williams on the show in a little while to talk about the Duncan Thanksgiving Day Parade on 6ABC.
It's going to be awesome.
And the weather's going to cooperate wonderfully. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Everyone is super cool. I love the music, and you have bats. I want to move there and buy a bat farm.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I lied to that city. That was an open lie.
Christy, did you come up with that information? That's our intern, Christy,
Yeah.
by the way. She tried to go see your show last night, but got stuck in traffic and couldn't make it. She went all the way out there to Bethlehem.
I'm sorry.
And couldn't make it. And you got a show in Albany tonight?
I have Albany tonight and then Brigada tomorrow.
Wow, dude.
DC. Yeah, I'm on, I think it's like at 35 or 40 cities right now.
I mean, so now besides the flight and you got that stuff all handled, are you a good traveler generally?
Yes.
I mean,
I'm pretty easygoing. I mean,
Okay.
I have like a tour bus, so I don't have to fly a lot.
You have a tour bus, okay.
Yeah, and people think it's like wild, but it's really not. Like we go to like Whole Foods, and then like I'm trying not to like drink on this tour. I drank on the last tour, and it was just the wheels came off horrendously. I mean, it was ridiculous.
Do you self-impose? Because my wife will sometimes do that. Just like, and not she's not an alcoholic or anything. She just I just want to take a month or two and just take a break.
I'll go hard for like 5 years, and then I'll take like a month off. Yeah, and it really helps. Sure, it really
5
helps.
years, 1 month. 5 years, 1 month.
It's all about the balance. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Great to see you, man. Thanks
Yeah,
for being
cheers,
here.
guys.
That is Nick Swartz.
But you did get your first job from an internship, right?
I did. My
KSAN?
At
No.
KSAN in San
Okay, it was.
Francisco, yeah.
As a jock?
Well, even when I was a jock, I was only part-time.
Okay.
So I
Didn't they
worked
change
in the-
format?
Yeah, and then in my last year, it switched to country and western, which was just ghastly.
And what was your name again for that?
Will Robertson. I couldn't give. I was so.
You just couldn't.
My first name is William, but none of the kids in my family ever went by their first name. My middle name is Pierre, and we've always gone by our middle names in my family for whatever bizarre reason. And so I said, I can't. This is such a vile thing they've done. I can't give them my name, but I got to keep my paltry weekend air shift. So, but the records were much shorter. It was hard to go to the bathroom.
Yes,
they're
country
3-minute records.
Country songs are short.
And divorces and cheating and trains and drinking and prison.
Trains and divorces. Cheating on trains.
Yeah. I mean, some themes that go through. And I actually got to like a lot of the music too. But it was another. Here comes another 5 songs in country stereo.
Yeah,
that's
country stereo.
That was the tagline.
Country stereo.
Something like that. And then they had this horrible jingles. The spirit of the West is alive and well, and living in Contra Costa County, and and living in Marin County, and living in Sonoma County.
Name all the counties.
They name all the counties.
Oh my God!
You all got us a story there, Presbo.
Yeah, we do.
And now decades, one station.
Yeah. I've only been at 2 stations.
That's wild.
So Will Robertson and Kenny. What was his name?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Kenny Knight.
Kenny Knight.
Yeah, but when I worked at a country station I did weekends. It was down the hall, and they needed a part-timer, and I did whatever I could to be in the radio business. I was Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Kenny Big Rig Rider.
Big Rig Rider.
Yeah.
We got to get us a morning show with Will Robertson and Kenny Big Rig Rider.
That's a good team up.
Hell
right there.
yeah.
I like
And
it.
then I went by Don Imus.
Fridays like this, so I begin the weekend long
He knows that kills me when he does that.
Oh my God!
Absolutely.
Is he still
kills
even
me.
on?
He retired.
Okay.
He retired. He's a legend, bona fide legend, but towards the end there, it's just was
crazy.
total unintelligible.
This is Amish in the morning. I got a movie work coming a little later on. We're in really hard.
Who's wore those cowboy hats too when I see him on TV? I mean,
with the headphones, cowboy hat.
He did?
Yeah, on the side.
No, they hung underneath.
Were they underneath?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good look.
Action News says when they arrived, they saw 2 officers from the 24th District attempting to arrest an unruly teenager. While that was happening, another person showed up and tried to antagonize the person being arrested. That person was told several times by police to back up, but instead they pulled out a cell phone and got in between the officers to yell at the guy being arrested. After a supervisor arrived on the scene and tried to get the person to step away, the man tried to provoke officers into a fight.
That's what you were talking about.
I was
Casey,
just telling you guys.
on,
This guy is such an a-hole. He's yelling at the cops. Don't touch me. Don't touch me.
But he's getting as close to them as possible.
The cops aren't touching him at all.
Yeah.
And he is the one that's walking towards them.
He's the aggressor.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
And
he got arrested,
and and he's in the middle of the street, and the cops are saying, you got to get out of the street. He's like, no, I don't. Like, Yes, you do. Yes, you do. You're in the middle of the street, you effing a-hole.
Well, technically, that's jaywalking, so you can be cited right there for that.
Well, he got arrested for being an idiot anyway.
He did, yeah. So then he used profanity to tell a supervisor showed up on the scene as well. They called for backup, and he told the supervisor that he was really ugly.
Yeah.
You're really ugly.
You're just ugly.
If you don't watch out, I'm going to grab your wrist.
So he says, who you wife? Damn. You guys are so mean. Whatever.
He's going to squeeze it really hard, though.
Yeah.
I'm moving on.
Okay, move on.
Who you wife? I need to focus on this because
she's a newswoman.
I don't know if this is English.
And we're distracting her.
Sorry.
All right.
Who you wife? Damn, I forgot he ain't got one. Damn, he said.
That was well performed.
Okay,
Who
thank
you wife?
Who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. Don't forget the damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Who you wife?
So
Damn.
Philadelphia Police Chief Inspector Scott.
Excuse me, who you wife?
Damn.
Damn. You ain't got no wife? Damn.
That's a different way.
John Houseman performed.
Yes.
You wife. Damn. You ain't got no wife. Damn.
Well done. You know what? It's like I was there.
Exactly.
It's like I was there on the scene. The Harry Potter film franchise is indelibly linked to Alan Rickman.
Yes.
And his portrayal of Professor Severus Snape. But Rickman wasn't as enamored with the role as fans were and still are, a new trove of letters reveals.
I think it sucks a bag of beans. Mr. Potter, this role sucks a big bag of Harry D.
If he didn't like it or had issues with it, it certainly didn't show up on screen. He was excellent, and to his emotional, spoiler alert, ending in the series.
Yeah.
He was a critical part of it.
Yep.
Many of you are surely wondering why I have summoned you at this hour.
His deliveries.
So good.
It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
I just love the way he drags out those words, man.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore, any person found to have knowledge of these events who fails to come forward will be treated as equally guilty.
It's so good.
Fantastic. Wow. It's so sad that he's
You will be
gone.
called to my office, where I shall spank you with your pantaloons down around your ankles. I shall do so liberally and with great care. There will be a modicum of probing. Digits will be involved.
If that doesn't scare you straight, I don't know what
I might
would.
even break out the wand. At which point you will receive an enema unlike any you have ever received before. In fact, I will pay to have the owl watch the whole
Oh
thing.
my God. He's a cuck. The owl's a cuck.
Absolutely.
Hedwig?
Yeah. That's
And then, when it is all done, I shall pleasure myself into the sorting hat.
Oh my God.
Not the sorting hat.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
He's gone off the deep end.
That's when Rickman became bored with the character. And he decided he needed to add a little flavor to it.
Sure.
Oh,
It's
wow.
because of his pentameter, I have had this ongoing debate as to whether or not he says yippee-ki-yay, I'll say truck, mudda truck or mudda trucka.
And that haunts you?
Well, I mean, I've talked about this ever since the movie came out. Does he put an ER at the end of...
I don't think
Bless
he
me,
does.
Father, for I have sinned.
Yes.
I'm worried about Alan Rickman's delivery of the role Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Trucker. Do you have any sins to tell me about, son?
No. I just thought I'd talk about
I just
this.
wanted to seek your counsel.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't think there's an ER. I think it's
Me
The
neither.
question you just raised is easily one of the most imbecilic things I've ever heard. I want you to come to my office, where I shall lock the door and spank your buttocks.
A man was spotted riding on the hood of a car barreling down the express lane of I-95 in Florida late Sunday. It appeared to be talking on the phone while he was doing it.
Yes, that's with anchovies and pepperoni, please.
Yeah, he's on the hood of a car going about 70 miles an hour. The driver in the other car that was filming this says the words, "What the actual F?" We're in mid-highway.
He's one hand holding on to the crease of the hood,
Yeah.
and the other hand holding the phone to his ear.
A female passenger in the car seemingly could not believe what her eyes were seeing. According to the video, she said, "What is that? Oh, my God." The driver, Daniel Maida, who was filming this, told the Miami News Times that the man on the hood was somehow hanging on to the Mercedes-Benz C300 with one hand and appeared to be talking on the phone with his other hand. A woman behind the wheel.
Now, baby, I know I made a mistake. I know I made a mistake. But I think we can work this out. I just want you to listen to me, or at least slow down by 20 miles an hour.
We knew we were going to have one gentleman for sure that was coming in. We have two here this morning. This is a momentous occasion.
Call it an honor.
I'd have to say, because he is the best-looking 60-year-old man I've ever seen in my life. It's his birthday today.
Yes.
So we first want to welcome our friend Sean Wayans, who's been here on many occasions. And his brother, Keenan Ivory Wayans, is here celebrating his birthday today.
Hello, this is how you do it.
This is how you do it, man. Welcome to Philadelphia.
Yeah, well, now all the women in my family are going to kill you because you said my age. And they all lie about theirs. So
You were working as a stand-up when you met Robert Townsend, correct?
yeah, well, when I met Robert and Eddie and all of us, we all started out at the same time and in the club in New York at the Improv.
Yeah.
And that's sort of how we, started working together.
And you, I believe, if the legend is correct, that you are one of the writers or co-writers on Raw, correct?
Yeah, on Raw, I worked on that with Eddie. I also produced it, and Robert directed it.
I remember that day.
Oh, there was a picture. Put the picture back up. Yeah.
I was back there with you guys, right? And I was slapboxing with Eddie, and I almost hit him, and then security grabbed me and was like, all right. All right, Junior, you about to mess up this money. Go sit your ass down.
Wow.
So that's cool. But all you guys have had such a massive effect on comedy and a type of comedy that I love. We all love. That is, you helped usher it in. Eddie Murphy did as well.
What happened in my career was I started out, sort of by myself.
Yeah.
And then as my family started getting into the business, I kind of realized that it was either going to be all of us or one. So I decided to make it about all of us. So I kind of stepped away from acting and started to
cultivate.
Yeah, exactly.
So, and Sean, we were talking earlier about how you were first on the show as the DJ.
Yeah.
And you'd already been doing comedy. You're doing stuff like that. But so from your point, Keenan, as you're seeing family member after family member.
About an article, but first,
I want to do this.
in
I want to do
last
this.
Bizarre File, we had a story about a guy killing a guy because they got in an argument over the CB radio.
Oh, yes.
And we mentioned a couple little CB slang terms.
Right.
Nick pulled up a full list of CB slang terms.
All right.
And I wanted him to test us on that.
All right.
Just for a second here.
Okay.
Let's
See how
if
good we are.
remember. Nick, can you rattle a few off and see if we know what they are?
Sure, and you guys hinted about a few that you knew already, like a Smokey. You guys,
Right.
It was, and a lot of them sort of go hand in hand. So a bear is
that's a police officer.
Yeah.
Right. All right. What is a baby bear?
A rookie police officer.
Very good. What is a bear's cave?
Police station.
Very good.
Yeah.
All right. What's a bear trap?
Helicopter?
What kind of
a police
Police
helicopter?
Very good. Yes.
Flying donut.
A
That's
flying
nice.
donut. Yeah. An Evil Knievel.
A cop on a motorcycle.
Very good.
Yeah.
A full-grown bear.
A full-grown bear?
Uh-huh.
Ooh. I don't know. Sheriff?
Nope.
State police.
Very good, Kathy.
Nice. All right.
A local yokel.
That's a local
cop.
police officer.
Yeah. I like this one, too. A Kojak with a Kodak.
That's the radar.
Yeah, police officer holding a radar. Yeah, running a radar.
Yep.
A polar bear.
A polar bear would be. Oh, that's a good one. A polar bear. Huh. A Mountie?
Undercover?
Undercover, unmarked police.
Unmarked car.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah.
Ah, that's right, because a lot of times they'd be white cars.
This one is just funny. Starsky and Hutch.
I don't know what you would call
Two
that.
cops.
Two cops. There you go. Yeah.
Starsky and Hutch. It's all police related.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So, do you want me to go find some other ones?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a couple for
What's
that
a bulldog?
Oh, God. I don't know.
A Mack Road tractor trailer.
Oh, there's a lot.
Mac.
There's a lot that deal with the actual trucks that they're driving.
Yes.
I remember that.
A cornflake.
A cornflake. A
Is it
tractor?
like a new.
Consolidated Freightways truck.
Oh, this is no way. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I remember things like, Steve, do you remember what the rocking chair is?
No.
Okay, so a rocking chair was when you could, if you were driving in a car, it would take 3 trucks essentially to protect you. It would take 2 lanes. So you'd have a semi in front, a semi in back, and you're in between the two, and another semi would pull up on the side, and you were now in the rocking chair.
Okay.
So that was
You were obscured.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Mhm.
Didn't he use that in
They
Smokey and the
used
Bandit?
that in one of the Smokey and the Bandit. We're going to put them in the rocking chair.
This is obscure, but a turkey hearse.
A turkey hearse.
Yeah.
Oh, would that be a truck hauling chickens or
That's exactly
poultry?
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Cowtown.
A dairy truck?
Nope.
Cowtown.
It's a specific place.
Oh, a cow town.
Yeah.
Cowtown.
Oh, is that Dallas?
Close. Very close. Fort Worth.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Right next door.
All right. Let's see. I'm trying to find some other ones. All right. You want some numbers?
Here's one. You got your ears on?
Yeah. Are you listening?
Yeah.
42?
1042 is an accident.
Okay.
1070, reporting a fire.
Oh, I don't know any of these.
Yeah.
I just knew 10100 and 104.
2020 is Barbara Walters.
Steve, this
2020 was Barbara Walters.
That's right, yeah. Steve, this one's for you. A CB Rambo.
CB Rambo.
I don't know what that is.
All I know is that I'm coming for you. I'll meet you in Cowtown.
I don't know.
It's pretty funny. A radio user who brags about his fighting prowess but won't actually fight.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a keyboard warrior.
All right.
CB
Anyhow,
Rambo.
Yeah.
this has been a walk down CB lingo. Which,
when you would hear a lot of the seasoned truckers communicating over the CB, this is decades ago, but you hear a lot of that.
You couldn't understand
a lot of
anything?
numerical stuff, and then they would dumb it down for you, because we had a small car with a. You're driving it, along the side interstate truckers.
Yeah.
And like, well, I'm one of you.
well, when this was huge, we lived in South Carolina at the time, and Steve, when we would hear it, the truckers, they'd be like, "Hey, I couldn't understand a damn word they were saying. They'd speak
True.
fast, Southern accent,
Yep.
using lingo you didn't know what they were saying, and plus their pronunciation was just all over the place.
Okay.
Breaker, do you have your auditory capability engaged?
Lot Lizard is on this list.
Oh, my God.
The infamous Lot Lizard.
The lot lizards. All right, anyhow, thought that would be worth touching on. You want to say something?
No, I was just. I don't.
Got your ears on?
I don't have my ears on. No, I don't have any stories about because we weren't CB, but we were like if you heard the fire alarm go off, we had one of those scanners.
Okay.
Yeah, police
You know what I'm
scanners.
ta- yeah,
oh,
the scanners,
I love
and we
them.
would listen to
God,
those things whenever.
Okay, so much fun. I had a portable one, and even though they would tell you that like cell phones and other stuff weren't able to be monitored on, yes, they were.
Oh, yeah?
I would hear them all the time.
Definitely cordless phones.
Yeah.
Not cell phones. But I remember the actual, you had the unit sitting in the other part of your house or apartment. It would pick up those, no problem, because I had a Bearcat scanner.
Yeah.
And I used to listen to people all the time.
Yeah, we my Iowa stereo that I had in college picked up. There was a radio station that picked up my frequency on my cordless phone, so I could turn my phone into a speakerphone essentially.
Yeah.
So anyhow, thank you, Nick, for running those
Breaker,
terms.
breaker.
Fun. There was something else I thought was worth bringing up. It was an article that Steve sent over to me, and it's from a relationship coach that says that these are the 5 mistakes that lower your sex appeal, and also 5 things that men and women do that make them appear unsexy.
So as we're moving into a time where you're going to be maybe going out and socializing or whatever, or, it might be good to know these things.
Yes.
And up your odds.
This is from leading relationship expert Luann Ward, who is from Perth, Australia. And she's listed 5 of these things, and then I'll go through the ones that men and women do the most to make them unsexy. So, number 1, oddly enough, is sleep deprivation.
Uh-huh.
A lack of sleep was listed as the number 1 reason why your sex appeal might dip if you're not getting enough sleep.
So I assume that manifests in both your attitude and your physicality, right?
Yeah, she said, this is according to Ms. Ward, she said, not only does it dull our skin and decrease our energy, but has also been proven to decrease the appearance of our general attractiveness, health, and emotion. Generally speaking, fatigue and sleep deprivation can make you appear less attractive. So get a good night's sleep.
That's very general, but I got it. Yeah.
All right. Another one is having a negative attitude. She
What the
said,
hell does that mean?
That's so stupid.
she said, being kind and approachable to others will boost your sex appeal, while a negative attitude will lower it.
Well, that's very obvious, I would think, if you're kind of a pissing and moaning kind of person.
With this in mind, it's important to be positive and open-minded when dating to make great first impressions.
Right.
She says, mean girls and guys finish last. While they're often portrayed as the intimidatingly attractive one in Hollywood, a prospective partner with a nasty disposition is likely to have lower sex appeal.
I'll tell you this, though. A lot of people put on faux personalities in those initial stages of dating so that, you're not going to really reveal who you are. So a lot of times it's just play acting.
Somebody texted in and said, number one on this list for the least sexy thing you can do is forgetting your jam at home.
Yes,
Well,
absolutely.
yeah, it is.
Got my jam back. Playing mind games.
You come here often?
Playing mind games is number 3 on this list. It says playing the game is often a strategy both men and women take when dating, but that is likely to backfire and won't benefit your sex appeal.
Let me ask you, when you would get a number, how long before you would call the girl that, gave you the number?
Definitely not the next day.
Right.
One more day after.
One more day.
Or if it was going to be the next day, it would be late in the day.
Right.
Because it would you didn't want to seem
too eager
and
right.
scare them away. You know what I mean?
The call's coming from inside the house.
Downstairs.
How come you never come downstairs?
It says here, she says, treating them mean and keep them keen doesn't do anything to raise your appeal. So that's playing mind games.
I got one number in my entire life.
Really?
It was one time.
Wow.
Yeah.
It was 10-4?
No, it was 10-4. No, I was at Nifty 50s, believe it or not. I was just sitting there eating my Pistol Pete spicy cheese
Were you
fries.
wearing were you wearing a hat? Did
I
they give you a
don't
little
think
hat,
so.
little diner hat to wear?
No, but it was, I think it was this summer between my junior and senior year of college. And it's so funny.
You were just sitting there eating?
Just sitting there eating with my friends. And there was a girl who was kind of sitting across at a booth. She was eye-effing me. And I felt that, right?
Yeah.
But
there was a moisture on the back of your eyeballs.
But also, I'm like, am I imagining this? But I'm like, she just keeps looking over here. It's crazy.
You can tell. You can usually tell.
But at a certain point of the evening, she got up and she walked over and she threw a napkin in front of me and then kept going to the bathroom. And it was her phone number. I never called her. I don't know why I didn't call her, but I just didn't. But there was.
Did you find her attractive?
From my recollection, it was one night in my
or was it just the milkshake talking?
No, it was probably the milkshake talking. No, I remember her being cute.
Okay,
but I never called her.
Did she talk to you?
No,
she just handed you your number.
Handing me her phone number. It was the only time I ever
Dude,
that anything.
She wanted to bang, man.
Maybe I don't
Are
know,
you
dude.
kidding
I don't
me?
even know how old she was.
You're nifty, and I'm 50.
I mean, she could. At that time, I was probably 21.
Okay.
Right? She could have been 16, 17 years old for all I know. I don't know.
What's your name, Skippy?
She wasn't older than me.
Casey's one and only time he got a number.
That was it.
Yeah. Interesting.
There was a girl, man, that we used to go to Cali on Wednesday nights. It was, $5 to get in, 25-cent drinks. And we went there every single Wednesday night. There was one girl. Every time, like, hey, can I buy you a drink? She didn't want anything to do with me. I know.
Why do you keep bothering me?
I wasn't out shooting my, my range there. I know, I'm like,
you were right in the pocket.
She was right in my wheelhouse, right?
Yeah.
She was cute.
And she was in a wheelchair.
She was in a wheelchair, too. She was cute. She wasn't hot.
Right.
You know what I mean? But, man, she did not want anything to do with me. I was like, every week I'd go there and she'd be like, she's here again.
I love your necklace.
Yeah.
It's a first alert.
I wonder what she's up to now.
I know. Yes, yeah. We've all had those.
Yeah.
I wonder if I had ever pursued that. And 9 times out of 10, it would have been a disaster.
Right.
Yeah, but the girls you didn't call that you think that you had a shot with, those linger with you.
Sure they do.
They stick around for probably your whole life.
Nifty 50.
Now I want to see this girl.
Yeah.
I
The
really
Nifty
wanna-
50s girl?
No, the one that that you fired on all the time, and she gave you no response.
Was she always at the end of the bar like a female Norm?
No, because it was more of like a nightclub.
Okay.
Let me
than
ask you, when
anything
you
else.
go over and you would ask for her number, or you were just trying to
I just
socialize?
listen. I also was super duper awkward.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not much different than me today.
Hi, Grandmom.
But it was more like I don't even know what to say to her. Like,
Right.
Hey, man,
You just walk up and gibberish.
Hi, Grandmom.
We have
You
to
leave,
go.
please.
we gotta go.
We gotta go.
Oh, God, I love you.
Please leave me alone.
I'm like every single week she was there. I'm like, oh my god.
Anyway.
Every week.
And like I could totally afford to buy her a drink.
Right,
it was 25 cents. I'm
25
like, hey,
cents.
You want Fortress?
yeah, I'll
Do
give
you want
40.
40 drinks?
So you had a crush on her.
I did.
You had a crush. Crushes
did.
are hard, man.
I don't
Oh
know what
my
her name
God.
was. I
And
don't know
they're-
where she's from. Like,
They're hard to get over. I think about the crushes that I have, and I still remember them. And it's why wasn't I good enough? You know what I mean? It's
You
kind of
know-
the thing that goes through
You know
your
what,
mind.
though? Life was laying it out for you so that you ended up with
I know.
it all-
Listen,
But
and-
it doesn't mean you can't look back and say,
Yeah.
I wonder if.
I'm thoroughly happy, and I'm where I need to be. But you know what? I could have nailed a couple here and there, along the way.
Yeah.
Right?
I remember the missed sexual opportunity.
All right, here's another thing that you do that makes you unsexy, or some people do: slouching. My God, am I the worst sloucher?
Are
I
you?
slouch all the time.
Would you slouch
When
on
I-
a date, though?
When I watch these Daily Rush videos,
Oh,
I
okay.
just I'm hunched over like this right now. And in fact, Christine over at Trinity Rehab texted both me and Nick, and she's like, "No wonder you guys have problems."
really?
Yeah, she's watching
Your
the YouTube.
posture's horrible.
Yeah, she when I got into Trinity last week, she's like, "I'm watching the YouTube video. You guys have terrible posture."
It's so hard to fix, though.
It
you,
is.
You automatically do that, and then you have to tell yourself to sit up, put your shoulders back, and it feels
What does it
awkward.
last? About a minute, and
Yeah,
then you're back
and
at
then
your
you're like, oh,
yeah,
forget it.
Totally.
Actually,
I'm the same way.
you
I
know what?
try to be cognizant of it, and then I forget, and next thing you know, I'm
You
back
got to
in-
slouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm crouched over again.
Steve, she's watching the YouTube videos and she says, "You know who has the best posture? Steve."
Well, he
because
stands
because
up.
I know,
Standing, yeah.
but it lends itself to you having good posture.
Yeah, I will take that. But it does, it forces you to, it forces me to stay awake. So that's the big plus.
So this relationship expert says few may realize your posture and how you hold yourself also impacts your sex appeal.
Yeah.
And can make you appear less attractive.
I'm constantly, bonerific over here.
She said body language is everything, and something as small as slouched shoulders can lower your sex appeal. Instead, stand up straight, ensure your chin is up, and do not sit with your arms folded either.
Stick your boobies out.
Yeah, that too.
Do you do your shoulders back?
Can you touch your
beautiful boobies.
Can you touch your elbows together in the back?
No, but listen, I will fix my posture before a photo, and sometimes it looks like I'm pushing my boobs out, and I'm not. I've just kind of lifted my shoulders and pushed them. There's a picture of Marissa and I from Chicago, and someone was like, "Do you just purposely push your boobs out?" And I'm like, "No, I didn't. I was just trying to fix my posture." But
Well, there's the classic, and I found out that a photographer just recently told me that the best way, if you're wearing a suit like in those pictures from Chicago, a guy is supposed to put one hand in the pocket.
in the pocket, yeah.
And so that's the equivalent of the one hand on the hip, right?
I guess so.
For a guy, yeah.
All right, so slouching. Stop doing that.
Stop
And
it.
then the last one, and then I'll give you some unsexy mistakes that men and women make gender-wise and how it splits up. So stress and complaining. Miss Ward said complaining or feeling stressed can give off negative energy and repel others around you. Regardless if you're a man or a woman, it is important to boost your sex appeal by having a positive attitude, controlling your stress levels, and keeping complaints to a minimum.
I think also for people in a case where you're going to be out meeting people or looking, I think keep the mind on fostering a friendship first, and then if something more is going to happen, you know what I'm saying? Like in other words, take the onus off of I want to embed this person.
But
or
if you're going on a date, though, it's kind of hard.
But for guys to think of the way they would converse with a friend, it's because I think that's a big stumbling block. What am I going to say to this person? Well, what would you say to someone you were talking to a friend?
Okay, if you can put yourself in that frame of mind.
frame of mind.
Okay.
So
I think that's sound advice.
Yeah, you don't have this thing hanging over you. Like when we do our mixers, I always tell people that, approach this person as a human being.
Yeah.
It's the same way you converse with anybody else that you like.
Okay, so I have unsexy mistakes that women make.
Yeah, all right.
This is when.
Oh, those were all guy only.
No. Those were everybody. So I have unsexy mistakes that women make and unsexy mistakes men make. These are more specific things that people do. So number 5 for women.
Yes.
Unsexy things. Saying, quote, "You could be an axe murderer or a rapist for all I know."
Well, no kidding. It's not sexy, but sometimes that's what you worry about.
Why would you say that?
You don't want to say that to the person. That's what it's saying. Hey, for all I know, you could be a killer, right?
You're not
and
seeing
here I
me
am
with my jam in.
on a date with you.
Yeah, I guess if you're not comfortable, then don't go.
Number 4, being oversensitive and crying as a strategy.
Wow, who does that?
Yeah.
I want the nachos.
I don't see how that comes into play when you're just starting to meet people.
Why do they call it nifty-50?
Here's my number. All right, this one also unsexy.
I can't read it. The tears blurred it.
Unsexy mistakes women make. Too much eagerness, texting too frequently.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, that's probably annoying as hell.
Okay, so yes, if you're communicating via text,
right?
Okay, yep.
If it's things like I really want me some D.
Wow,
yeah,
that's not too bad. I mean, I wouldn't be upset by that, but too much eagerness and texting too frequently. So too much back and forth with texting.
And that's when you get into the mind games. You talk about the earlier thing about the mind game. All right, how long do I wait on this? Do I want to? How are they going to perceive that? A lot of times later on, when as I was dating Preston, I just was upfront about. There's a scene in Annie Hall where Woody Allen's walking along with Diane Keaton, and he it's like a first date, and he kisses her. Can we just get this out of the way so that we don't have to worry about that? They kiss. Okay, let's move on. And I don't know if that's going to work all the time, but if you can just sort of say, okay, we're both awkward and uncomfortable here. Let's make this work.
They kind of do that in Good Will Hunting too.
I was hoping to get a good night laid.
Yeah, I was hoping to get a good night laid.
Yeah. But I'll settle for a kiss.
Saying, all right, another unsexy mistake a woman can make says, saying, "I don't need a man."
What your man got to do with me? I got a man.
I ain't trying to hear that. See?
What if you were a lesbian though?
What scene is that from?
It's actually a song.
That's a legitimate
man.
What your man got to do with me? I got a man.
I ain't trying to hear that. See?
What's that from?
It's a song.
It's a song.
I know. What song is it?
Isn't it I Got a Man? Is it Salt and Pepper?
No,
that's What a Man.
On Vogue?
That's What a Man. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good. He's a mighty, mighty good man.
Positive K.
Positive K. Okay. Didn't know that. I got a man. I remember that. All right. And then, number 1, unsexy mistake that a woman can make is, I have to agree, this is not that fun, taking an hour to put on makeup to go for Sunday breakfast.
Oh, go screw yourself. I don't need a man.
All right, start texting me frequently and be oversensitive and cry?
From your sitting down with the first application of any makeup to the completion point, what do you average time-wise?
Well, for me, for Sunday, I don't know.
Putting on the old feedback.
Well, no, there's different. Like when we were out in Chicago and there was an event, that's going to take a little bit longer.
How long?
Like, but I don't know how long it takes me to do makeup. Like I know full get ready from like shower, dress, hair, makeup I would be about an hour and 15 if it was like an event in Chicago. If it's just like every day, I'm good at like an hour to do everything, but maybe if I'm not, if I'm already showered, hair done, half hour.
All right, so dressing, makeup, everything. So do the time this way.
Yeah.
How long from the beginning of the first Iron Man movie, how deep into the Marvel series do you go before you're complete?
You could get through a full movie.
It's funny. My wife doesn't take overly long to get ready for, a nice night out, but we went out on Saturday night. It was I wore a sport coat to this thing. And she was like, "Hey, are you going to get ready?" And I was like, "Dude, like, we're not even leaving the house for over an hour." I'm like, How long do you think it takes me to get ready, right? We wanted to be out of the house by 6:30. I got in the shower at 6:14, and I was ready before her.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude. If a shower is included, it's still at the most 15 minutes for me. 10 minutes is more like it. I can get in and out, and I'm ready to go lickety-split.
How is Rochelle? Because she wears makeup everywhere.
She's a girly girl, yeah.
Yes.
So she definitely has to get ready.
So how does it take her a long time?
Yeah, but I don't know how long because she plans in advance. It's not like we're running late
Right.
because she isn't ready yet. So she knows ahead of time, and that just gives me time to go play drums or do something to kill some time. So it doesn't bother me at all, just as long as we know that we're leaving at this time.
Yeah,
but it takes a while.
Exactly. Claire's for Claire. Claire's the same way. She knows what outfit she's going to wear. She's going to know the jewelry. She's going to, so she has the whole progression. I know how to play it now, to get her set for the exact time that we'd like to leave. Because I like to be there early to an event, usually.
So do you give her the wrong time?
I'll expedite it in my own little way, corralling ways, but she's hep to my deal.
Yeah, I've got a friend that takes forever, and so I give her the wrong time.
You do the Pierre Robert.
Yep, absolutely.
Give him an hour
And
earlier.
I used to do 15 minutes,
Yeah.
and she that was like leeway time. Like she didn't even care about that. So I do 30 minutes. I hope she's not listening. I do 30 minutes no matter what we are going to. I mean, even if we're working out at the gym, I'm like, oh, we're starting at 11:15.
What if you had dinner reservations at a really nice steak restaurant at 6:30? What time do you think you would get there for that?
Wait, was I late?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
We
yeah,
were?
yeah.
They wouldn't see this
That
until
wasn't
everybody
me.
got there.
You know, I was waiting in the lobby waiting for someone.
And then Nick
Is
was
that
actually
someone
the
another
latest.
female on the show?
Someone is the other female on the show. Yes.
I thought it was 7 p.m. It's I made a mistake.
Wait, how late were we? Really that late?
That's 15 minutes late, except
No.
that I thought that it was 15 minutes early.
No, I know you. What about us?
Yeah,
Me
you
and
guys were
Marissa.
late.
I
You
know,
guys
I'm
only
asking
got
how
there
much.
about maybe 5-10 minutes before Nick did.
Okay, so we weren't really that late.
Well, Casey was standing there in a tuxedo by himself.
Were people trying to give you orders?
And it was packed.
I
Yeah,
think
right? They
Some
wanted a
people,
table.
like, people were looking at me
Excuse
like,
me. Can we have another basket of bread for the table?
Maitre d'? I wore a tuxedo to dinner as well.
Right, yeah.
The same one that I wore to the award ceremony on Thursday night because I rented it.
You wanted to get your money's worth. I got
Exactly.
you. All right, so those are the mistakes that men make. Here are the unsexy mistakes, that women make. These are the unsexy mistakes that men make.
Drooling.
Number 5 is not making an equal effort in presentation.
Okay, so that you need to...
You underdressed.
Right.
Yeah, they got ready and,
Yeah.
and are
Yeah,
prepared
yeah.
for a special evening, and you clearly,
Crocs and a poncho.
look like you grabbed that off of the top of the dirty clothes basket.
Well, is it raining? Because the poncho makes sense.
Yeah.
Crocs, not so
Yeah,
much.
I don't know. Perhaps that's appropriate.
Yep. I remember the first date that Rochelle and I went on was to a St. Louis Blues game.
Yeah.
And I show up, and I'm wearing a jersey.
Yeah.
Jeans and a jersey.
Right, it's the team.
You wear to a hockey
Yeah.
game. She got done up to the nines. And I'm like, we're going to a hockey game, right? So I felt a little out of
Yeah.
place, but, I was wearing what was appropriate, I thought.
Well, it's a sports event.
Hockey.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
fine. It wasn't like you were, it was not outlandish to be wearing the team jersey.
All right, here's another unsexy mistake that men can make, according to this relationship expert. Telling women that it's easier for them than it is for a man. Why would
Who
you
the
ever-
hell would do that?
Why would you ever do that?
Wait, what?
Things in general. Something is easier for women
So much easier for you guys.
than it is for a man.
Can we have sex now?
Yeah, great idea.
Yeah. I've always thought that we have much more, we get off lightly with the maintenance of our plumbing as opposed to, women.
totally.
Women yes.
Number 3 is setting up a date via a text message.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, really? Like, that's a faux pas?
According to this expert, I wouldn't think now that that's considered a faux pas.
It's kind
asking
of standard
for a date.
I think what they imply is that it's inappropriate to ask for a date using a Gilbert Gottfried cameo video.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although that could be kind of charming.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they're saying that a personal touch, means a little bit more. But I mean, texting is so common.
If you're at the date and then you continue the conversation with that person via text while they're sitting across the table from you, that's probably inappropriate. But
Right,
asking
right.
them out, I think that's fine.
Number 2 on this list for an unsexy mistake that men make: constantly talking about yourself without asking questions.
What do you, now, enough about me. What do you think about me is the old
Right,
joke.
right. Yeah, you definitely have to. You got to think about the other person.
I love finding out about people. I love asking questions about them. If anything, I probably don't proffer enough, from my side. But when I love when you go out with people and they have things to say, and they have they want to add to the conversation.
The magic phrase to use, and this is more if you're in a relationship with someone, is if you're having a hard time communicating, is saying, "How does that make you feel?"
Yeah.
That's apparently a question that women
Sick to my stomach
really like to hear, because then they get to offer up what they're thinking about.
Yeah, that you value what they're saying.
What do you think about that? How does that make you feel?
What's going to get me to a handy the quickest?
How am I getting in your pants? Can you tell me
How
that?
do you feel
does
about
that make
me
you feel?
taking a tour of the inside of your pants?
Yeah. And then the last one, an unsexy mistake that men can make: bitching about an ex or another woman.
I don't know. That's an amazing thing that occurs sometimes. And I understand, I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen at mixers and just in other social interactions where a guy will start my ex, or to talk about your ex, or to talk about any commentary about.
It seems like a pretty standard thing, though, in new relationships, that both people share those stories.
Yeah. I mean, like if you're, and by the way, we're going to talk to Rick in this particular break.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm waiting for him to connect.
So, especially if you are divorced, and maybe the other person is, that's got to be a common thing to talk about, right?
Yeah.
I mean, because you have that in common.
Yes, but I agree with Steve. Like, at some point, you can talk about it, but don't harp on it. You know, don't let that be the only thing that you bond over. And if you are talking that much about your ex, then you still have some issues related to that person. And so you're not going to be a very strong single person if that's all you're focusing on.
Right. You would not want to roll out here's the reasons I had issues with this person.
Exactly.
By the way, most of this stuff is all communicative. It's not, it says this
flatulence based.
Well, no. This lowering your sex appeal. I thought more of it would have something to do with physicality.
Right, tilt your shoulder, take your top off, stuff like that.
But I guess the having bad posture, slouching.
Well, that's close.
And sleep deprivation would be the two main ones, because the sleep deprivation, you look tired, you're irritable.
To some extent. But it shows you how much we key off of the attitude, you know, or at least all of those other things that you don't. And I think a lot of people make that mistake. You can, get done up to the nines, but you instantly counteract that with a bad attitude.
Some of these, though, like the having a negative attitude and playing mind games and stuff like that, I think can make a physically sexy person ugly. You know what I mean?
Oh, easily.
So in that regard, I definitely see these being a point, because you can have somebody who's really hot in your eyes, but if they're saying the wrong things, doing the wrong things, then they've automatically turned into an ugly person.
We'll be watching TV, Claire and I at home, and there'll be a woman will come up on the screen or whatever, and I know something about all the entertainment stuff that we report on, or so on and so forth, or just attitude or whatever, and I'm like, I do not find this person attractive, and they may be stunning, but it's just those character flaws, those things that just set you off in the wrong way. And it's virtually impossible to come back from that once you've determined a person is a way you don't like.
Hang on a second here. Chris wants to point something out real quick. Hey, Chris, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How are you?
Great. What's up, Chris?
So if you want to make yourself feel better, you should watch 90 Day Fiancé.
Oh, my God. That show.
Everything that you are mentioning is like in every episode. It's like, when I have a bad day, I'm like, let me watch this, and I feel so much better about myself.
Who's the dude with who's the guy with no neck? Because that's the one I'm always like.
Oh, yeah, Big Ed.
Yeah,
he's like
Big Ed. Oh, my God. That show is the biggest train wreck. And then they have the shows where the couples sit and watch TV of the other couples on the show and comment on it.
Yeah, but listen, That's actually not bad because some of the chicks on there are like really hot in their pajamas.
Yeah, okay.
The picture was just up.
I
of the
love you
dude.
guys.
Thanks, Chris.
man.
We appreciate it.
Oh my God, is this guy for real here, Preston? On the
Oh yeah.
He's got no neck.
Something happened to him. Something physically happened to him, and he can't.
What did he sleep in a wine press?
He can't turn his head. No, he was like my wife watches this all the time. He was like a gymnast at one point.
Really?
And yeah, he had some kind of accident where his neck, he can't. I don't know the full story behind him. But it is a bizarre show. My God, 90 Day Fiancé.
And isn't it the one where the married unseen? Where they just meet and marry?
No, that is, what's that one? I forgot what that one is, Steve. But there's another show like that. But this one, I think they have 90 days to get together and decide if they want to get married or something like that.
That's ridiculous.
Maybe it's like Unseen Fiance. I don't remember what the other one's called, but nonetheless. Anyhow, these are things to keep in mind that can lower your sex appeal. We don't want that. So to counteract that, we're going to have a very sexy individual on the show with us right now.
He oozes it.
You know him from 6ABC. Is he ready to go? And he can hear us? And he's going to be a part of the Thanksgiving Day Parade coming up on Thursday. Let's give it up for our buddy, Mr. Rick Williams. Morning, Rick. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're doing awesome, man. Good to see you. And by the way, I want to lead that this interview was made possible because I reached out to Rick because of a video I saw of him and Shari Williams dancing together on Twitter. And so it was this really big choreographed dance routine. Tell me about that. What is that all about?
Well, it was Shari's idea. Have you guys met Shari yet?
No.
I ran into her at an Acme grocery store one time and went over and said hi, but that's the only encounter I've had with her. But I love her.
Yeah, she's really cool, and she's into the TikTok thing. I mean, she's been seeing a lot of these anchor teams across the country posting little dance numbers that they do in the studio, and she said to me, we could be better than that. We could top that. We should do it. And me, for me, as far as I knew TikTok, it was something
on your watch.
But exactly. But she's hipper. She's younger. I said, okay, if you want to do it, let's do it. And we found a choreographer who was willing to, teach us a little routine. And we had about a few weeks of practice, and it turned out pretty good.
I haven't seen it. Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
Is it?
Like it's a lengthy routine. Like when I saw the beginning of it, I'm like, oh, okay, these guys are just moving together. And I'm like, wait a minute.
Right.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like, this is fully choreographed.
Yeah, it's got millions of views. And, I tell people it started with the inspiration of Arthur Murray. But when it was done, it was like arthritis.
Arthritis. All right.
There you
It's a
go.
lot of work for me,
That's a lot of work. Did you guys go? Did you meet up after work to work on it? Did you work at it? You did, really?
We did. We had rehearsals. In a gym somewhere that gave us a little room, and we met a couple of times during the weekend, and she really wanted to make this look good. She said, if we're going to do this in our Action News studio, where Jim Gardner sits, where we sit, then we got to make it look as good as possible. So
wow.
I'm glad you like it.
I'm gonna have to check it out. I remember years ago, I know Peter Jennings used to keep a piece of cardboard next to the desk and would break dance periodically. But
I had no idea there was that much work behind it. I thought maybe you guys had just, you knew this routine. It was like something. I didn't know what to think, but I'm impressed, Rick. Very impressed.
Well, thank you. No, we were taught it by a
Uh-oh.
Did he lock up?
Yeah, we just lost his signal.
I think he was just about to say F you to you, Preston.
Was
I'm
he
looking at
about
his
to
lips.
tell me to F off?
Yeah.
Wait, where is the video?
I have it right here, Catherine.
Shari's Twitter account.
Okay.
And it's a lot of fun. It starts off real kind of just some basic moves, and then it gets more and more complex as it goes along. But it's great, and they're having so much fun.
All right.
You got to see it.
Are we getting him back, or it's kind of locked?
Nah, he froze up. He locked up. All right. That's not on us.
So what do we do?
I don't.
Is he trying to rejoin? Do you need to jump out? We were on Zoom, by the way.
Yeah.
I absolutely want to hire a choreographer and do this. We need to do this.
You know what? I'll do it, Kath.
We need to do some sort of dance.
Yep.
I've been thinking about this for a while. I don't know why I'm using your mic, Nick.
All right.
I have my own. So yeah, Casey, because I'll send Casey a couple of like TikTok videos, and I'm like, we could do this. Casey and I could do this. We could get this done. But if we could do something with all of us, that would be great.
Yeah.
Wow. I'm a terrible dancer, though.
But Steve, half of them you don't have to even know how to dance.
Yeah.
Right. Yep. That would be a
Do
lot of work.
A lot of this is the hand pounding.
Yeah, like you can be the guy in the back, you know, with your hands up.
All right, we got him back. Rick, are you there? Nope. Hang on.
Oh, man.
Casey's working on it. Because we got to find out about the parade. All right, there we go. I can hear you. Rick? No, I can't
See,
hear you.
I think Rick is at his estate.
And they don't have internet.
And I think
Again.
he has all those jamming stations around the perimeter.
I have his phone number. We can just give him a call.
All right, we'll call him.
So,
Yeah.
hang on a second here. And Marissa, can you call Rick Williams? There you go.
We're just going to call you, Rick.
Yeah, and the phrase is scorpion.
The scorpion. When you hear that, you'll know that we're together again. But listen, the weather's going to be perfect for the 6ABC Thanksgiving Day Parade.
Last year was virtual, so you didn't even get the whole feel of it, right?
Yeah, and I went to it a few years ago, and it was cold when I went. I mean, it was frigid, and I still had a great time. The high is going to be like 57 degrees on Thursday, so you're not even going to have to worry about that at all.
You know how much people are chomping at the bit to have this. First off, I think it is the kick-ass parade. I love it. Yeah.
It is. There's everything that you want. There's great floats.
Yeah.
There's marching bands. They stop and they do the performances right at the art museum. And I think Rick's on the line. Rick, we're gonna have to go old school. You there, man?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. All right. We'll chat on the phone because we want to get to the parade. And
Okay, yeah, let's do it.
And what all's going on with that? We were just talking as we were getting you set up how last year was virtual. This year it's back. And the weather's going to be fantastic, Rick.
Yeah, Cecily says it's going to be great parade weather. It's going to be, in the maybe high 40s, low 50s, but it's going to be clear. So we're looking forward to it. We can't wait.
What do they usually have you doing on parade day? Because I know here I went down there. My son was in on the art museum steps. You know how they have the dancers and up there. My son was a part of that a few years ago. So I went down early. And to get there, and I ended up hooking up in your 6ABC area, and like everybody from the television station works that day. Everybody's doing some kind of thing. So they have the entire staff, and I mean that's all the way from salespeople to engineers to all that doing stuff. What is your gig on parade day? You're there with Cecily?
Yeah, well, we will stay at a hotel on the Parkway somewhere Wednesday night, because we have to get up early. It's me, Cecily, Adam, Alicia, Karen Rogers. We have to be in place by like 7:30, something like that, because we have a little rehearsal, we do the mic check, all the other stuff. So, so we'll stay over and get up, 6 in the morning and head to the Parkway, across, the grandstand, across from the art museum. There's a little booth that they set up where Cecily and I will sit, and we just try to get there. The girls do makeup, and I'll look over, this encyclopedia of scripts.
Yeah.
And make sure I don't mispronounce, a band from Columbus, Ohio, mispronounce. So I just try to go over all the notes and stuff, but they want us in place pretty early. So
yeah,
it's a voluminous. I mean, anything like that when you're going live. Now, obviously, you got it down to a science at this point. You know what you're doing, but still, it is a massive undertaking, and all the video coverage and getting everything to sync up. But again, I think it's going to be you're going to have such a robust attendance because people are just chomping at the bit to get back to this. And again, as I've said before, it's my favorite parade to watch. It's so cool.
Yeah, and normally we get. I mean, we always get a fair share of celebrities and performers, but we also get people who are like, we'd like to be there, but we just don't want to spend Thanksgiving in Philly. We just have other plans.
Right.
We don't want to come up from New York. But this year we have a really robust cast of performers. I mean, Kool and the Gang. We got Ginger Z from Good Morning America, Tamron Hall, Carson Kressley. I mean, Alita Adams. I mean, it's just, the guy that won The Voice, Cam Anthony, Willie Spence from American Idol. He was a runner-up. I mean, it's just
cool.
Just really just a nice mix of performers, and along with all of the marching bands and the floats and the balloons. So I think there's a lot of excitement that it's finally back and it's finally live. Last year we did a little kind of a parade special where we ran clips and, we talked about, what it used to be and what we'd be doing if we could, and COVID and all. So I think there's just a lot of excitement about the fact that we're live, we're back, and, there's just a lot of entertainment. So, we can't wait.
As nice as it was, that retrospective, listen, everyone's there for the live thing. And let me ask you now, because now that you are a social media dance sensation, will you be hopping out in front of the cameras and doing a little bit of dancing yourself, or no?
Well, you know what? That the group tag team, they're the ones that go, whoop, there it is. There, if they do that song, I might have to get out of my seat and dance a little bit, and maybe have some ice cream with some sprinkles or something like that.
Love that commercial.
Yeah, that's a great commercial, and I can't wait to see those guys.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, it's just a lot of fun, and sitting there with Cecily, for 3 hours, she makes it fun too, because she'll dance to anything, and she has her own special dance moves that just is always entertaining. So we just plan to just sit there and party all morning long, and just say hello to the crowd, and just bring in the holiday season, the right way, the way Philly style.
By the way, speaking of party, he glanced over the fact that they go down the night before and stay. There's a 6 ABC party.
That's what I hear.
That happens the night before. I went to that when my son was down there, and they have a good time.
Do they tear it up?
Yeah. They do tear it up.
What's the name of this marching band?
Yeah.
It's good food. It's catered. It's good food. Yeah, they do it right.
Let me ask you this, because obviously we heard about Jim and his plans about retiring. Is there anything on the schedule for this year, or will that maybe be next year, or what's the acknowledgement of the changing lineup at 6 ABC now?
Well, he's finally decided he's going to semi-retire. So he's at the end he will no longer do the 11 o'clock.
Right.
As of 2020, January 1st, 2022. So who will do that spot? They haven't really named yet. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think I'm a candidate. It would be a tremendous honor. Following in the steps of, in the shoes of an icon like Jim. I mean, it would be great. I fill in for him most of the time when he takes off. So they haven't made a decision yet, but I think they're looking at people, I think, outside of the market, and certainly people in-house, and they haven't decided, but it would be an honor to pick up where he left off. But he leaves some really big shoes to fill. It'd be like following Paterno. But
right. Do you think Rick, they would put him on a float next year at the parade? I don't know.
Well, he's made appearances at the parade.
Okay.
I think next year will be his final year, and I think that if we ask him to join us in the booth or on the float, he probably would be up for it.
All right.
He's got to go. He's got to pick what he's going to do. We had him on the show and just had a quick interview. He said he would probably like to be on a float singing "Blinded by the Light" by Bruce Springsteen.
Wow.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. Yeah. Wow. Well, there's a lot of entertainment that happens at that at the parade, and Rick and Cecily will bringing it to you with the entire 6 ABC family. It's a cool event.
Great.
So we just wanted to touch base, Rick, and we'll make sure that the handful of people that haven't seen that video of you and Shari dancing, we'll make sure that they do see that. But it was a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun, and thank you for the shout out. It was nice texting you, Lance, because we haven't talked in a while.
It's been a while.
So, but I'm glad you like it. Yeah.
Nice to catch up.
Thanks, guys.
Right. Rick, have fun. Have a great Thanksgiving, man. It's good to have you on. All right.
Happy holidays.
You got it. Happy holidays. Rick Williams, 6 ABC. He's a good man right there. All right, we need to take a break. We should have taken a break like 20 minutes ago, but we're going to do that now. We'll return in just a moment. We got more to come, my friends. Stay with us.
Preston and default patriarch. I want to do this.
He nurtured us.
Yeah.
My thing with them was as long as you're willing to work. I always wanted them to know that it wasn't easy, and I would give them small opportunities in the beginning. I never gave anyone a starring role who wasn't ready, and like I said, I made sure that they all put in their work, and it is the fact that they're where they are in their careers now is testament to the fact that they came in the right way.
Did anybody ever get mad at you saying, "Hey, I'm ready for my starring role"?
Always. When Damon first started,
I was the DJ, man.
And you were a damn good DJ.
I could play sketches too and scratch.
Hey, the guy right behind you is really talented.
Well, when Damon first started, I told him, I said, "Give yourself 10 years." And he looked at me like I was insane, and he was like, "It's gonna take me 10 years." Well, 10 years later, he was ready.
We say the same. I tell like the interns and people who are coming up in the radio business, and now we've been, it's the 20th anniversary of the show, and I say, trust me, just, if you were to jump 5 years into the future and look back, you wouldn't believe where you were or how things have changed. Yeah. So that's very sage advice. But when you're young and hungry, it's hard to perceive that.
It is, and the thing is, youth is something that people think everything is supposed to happen when you're young.
Right.
And they're disappointed if it doesn't, because youth is when, you make the money, you chase the girls, you do. And that's the experience that everybody wants, as opposed to being great at what you do. Yeah. And being great at what you do takes a lot more time than that. And sometimes, youth passes you by. And I tell people all the time, if your goal is to be a CEO of a company, it doesn't matter if it happens at 20 or 60.
Yeah.
You still accomplish your goal.
Yeah. All right. So you have to be a really good talent scout, right? So within Living Color, were you the sole decision maker as far as who was on the cast and who wasn't?
Yeah.
All right, so it was because you did an amazing job with that, and you did, look at all of the people that came out of there.
Well, they were all people that I knew.
That you knew.
Right? So we were all in the clubs together. Okay. So when I got an opportunity, it was like, who's the funniest guys I know? It wasn't really like a hard thing to do, because I knew they were funny.
You were working with people like Jim Carrey and all those guys were paying their dues.
And he knew what to do with them.
Right. Yeah. But that's a key. That is a gift. There's Lorne Michaels has that that ability, and also who's going to synergize well with each other.
But your show aired at 8:00 on Sunday, and so you had a younger audience in myself.
Right.
And I mean, I loved it. You know what I mean? Like Ace Ventura came out, I was like all over that. And
it got moved to 8. Started at 9.
Did it start at 9?
Yeah.
What did Parker Lewis Can't Lose? Was that your lead?
The Ferris Bueller ripoff?
I love that show too.
Fox wanted to make it an anchor show.
Okay.
So they moved us to 8.
Okay. Did they initially, or because would it first really, because it kind of hit the ground running, if my memory was, and did they go, whoa, we need to bump this up?
Yeah, well, initially they were very afraid of the show. Period. Like they had no idea what was going to happen. But once the show was successful, then it was like every network strategy is going to be how many other shows can we launch?
Right.
So, they ended up moving us.
In this day and age of reboots, we're seeing TV shows rebooted. What's the likelihood? We don't have a good sketch show. SNL's the only thing going right now, as far as I know.
I think there's absolutely a new generation.
Yeah.
So it would just. I don't think that the guys from the past would
step forward.
Yeah, want to do that again. But there's absolutely a new generation out there, and it would be fun.
Yeah.
We're in a time now where I think a show like In Living Color is needed, but at the same time, it's the sensitivity.
Can you do it?
Yeah,
no, that's a good question. We were wondering about that, about the. Preston and I were having a talk earlier about the comedy club or the theater. When you guys are there, that's your realm, and all bets are off. You should be allowed. There's safe spaces for satire and comedy and thought provoking, whatever you want to do. That's your palette. And there's been hits on it lately.
It's the phone.
Yeah.
You see, because
Absolutely.
the people who are in the club, they paid to be there and they want to see it.
Yeah.
But people who are filming, now it's going to people who didn't want to see it.
You're
and
right.
then when they do see it, now they're pissed. It's never the people who are in
That's
the
why I
club.
didn't want to go. See that?
Well, speaking of that, even some rock bands have adopted no phone.
I don't think phones should
get
be
outta
allowed.
here.
I think you're there for the experience and enjoy the experience. And
Well, Kevin Hart played the Link, the stadium here, and there was a no phone rule for that whole show. It can be done. It's a pain in the ass, but I mean, I would agree.
Yes,
with that,
you lift a clip
100%.
out, you lift a soundbite out of context,
Yep.
and people are going to go ape.
It's just crazy.
I heard somebody, and I don't remember who the performer was, saying recently though that they, it's really easy to see from the stage when somebody does get on their phone. Have you guys noticed that? Like if you're up on stage, you can tell immediately.
if the light is on,
You can tell, but you just don't want to stop. You got to understand. You got people in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
You got momentum going.
Right.
And you're thinking about your next thing, and you're trying to be physical, and you're trying to be in the moment, and then someone has their phone up. Do you stop your whole show to deal with this guy with his phone up? And then kill the people's
No,
show?
you're right. So you're going to
Or
ruin
do
it for
you
other
keep-
people. Yeah,
so,
no.
You know,
It makes total sense.
sometimes you do, and you make him part of the show, and you destroy him for being the idiot.
Yeah, which is
for pulling
also
the phone
good.
out. But
You channel your Richard Pryor.
yeah, if I gotta stop, I'm gonna destroy you.
Keenan, I have to tell you that I'm going to Get You Sucker is one of my absolute favorite movies.
Thank you.
Hilarious. I think people need to revisit it, but I think it's also sort of it's the likely first step to getting to Don't Be a Menace, which that same sort of comedy, which has became the style of comedy. When you were putting that together, how difficult was that to pull everybody? You had a lot of cameos and stuff. Give us the idea of what that production was like.
I was very lucky. And Jim Brown really, he and Bernie Casey, once they came on,
That got it done.
Then everybody else was like, well, if they'll do it. And
they were essential.
Yeah.
They were what Leslie Nielsen was.
Yes, they were the icons of the era. And so once I was able to bring them on board, it went really smooth. And it really was, it was an homage to them.
And the blaxploitation movies of the
those
70s.
are the movies I grew up watching, and
so did I. They were
enjoyed
awesome.
them.
Yeah.
So, when I was writing it affectionately. So that's why I think that they responded to it. And then these guys did the same thing for their generation with Don't Be a Menace.
Yeah. So I was on the set of I'ma Get You Sucker, 17-year-old boy watching his big brother do his thing and just taking it all in and going, man, one day I want to do a movie just like this.
Yeah, and you did.
A couple of years later.
Yeah.
Don't Be a Menace was born.
It's Sean and Keenan Ivory Wayans here, and we want to do something special because it's a special day, and we have something to bring out for Keenan. It is his birthday today, so we got a cake for you, Keenan. Yes.
He don't eat cake though.
Happy birthday to you. So you don't eat cake, huh?
No, I don't, but I appreciate the 7 candles. It's my 7th birthday.
There you go. So you can blow out the candles, and there you go. The first ever Bond girl, Eunice Gayson, has died. She was 90 years old. She starred as James Bond's love interest, Sylvia Trench, opposite Sir Sean Connery in Dr. No back in 1962.
The iconic scene of all Bond movies, when James Bond first is introduced, she is across the, I don't know if we have the audio of it from the clip, but she is across the table, and here it is.
I admire your courage, Miss...
Trench. Sylvia Trench. I admire your luck, Mr.
Bond. James Bond.
So, Sylvia Trench, you got to love the names that they gave these women.
Sylvia Trench, huge gaping gash.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, if you're going with Trench and Pussy Galore and things
And
like
Pussy,
that.
Harriet Pussy.
Yeah. No, I don't-
Countess Smelly Bunghole. Well, Miss Bunghole. Yeah, Pussy Galore. And that was, a lot of vagina. Was the,
to play off of that. Halata vagina.
But Sylvia Trench. Yeah, Harry Gash.
Harry Gash.
Slimy Bush.
Slimy.
Putrid Pooter.
Yeah.
All right.
Keep it going. I'm having fun.
Melisandre Double Fist.
Yeast infectantine.
Yeah. So
rest in peace.
What a lovely tribute to Eunice.
Chlamydia hysterectomy.
So, Steve, she was in From Russia with Love as well.
Yes. So he actually leaves her to go off on this mission, but the idea was to keep her sort of continuing the way Moneypenny. It was sort of a flirtation to keep her in and out of his life, but they passed on that. But that's the first time in the Bond films where James Bond is introduced at the Baccarat table. I believe they're playing Baccarat. And it's great.
Did she know Steaming Butthole, too?
She knew Steaming Butthole was her sister.
All right. But anyhow, a post on her official Twitter feed read, an amazing lady.
Perhaps you know my sister, Queef Poop Splatter.
And my cousin, Purdy Turd Cutter.
So the Twitter feed read, an amazing lady who left a lasting impression on everyone that she met.
Did you say Queef Poop Splatter?
She will be very much missed. You know what? I got to point this out. Lately, when you've come in here and we're doing this crossover thing, I don't know where you're going.
Excuse me, what?
No, I mean your inflection. It sounds like, is he going to say something else, or is he done now? And I'm having a hard time. I think we're off. I think we're out of sequence. I think we're
We'll have like a
He
bonding
does have a secret.
session.
He's become a soldier of fortune.
Oh,
yeah.
Maybe let's do an Outward Bound together or something?
Furthermore, I did. And that.
Hey, I wanted to ask you.
I can't believe this is hard.
I'm not saying you're stopping in the middle of what you're saying.
He's saying you're an unprofessional broadcaster.
You actually finish the words,
that's
and then
certainly true.
Your inflection is as if you're going to continue on, and then you don't.
Yes, of course.
Yeah. You should have heard us all day. The amount of screw-ups and semi-said words and spotties.
Yeah.
I mean, yesterday, Preston looks at me and goes, what's going on? I go, I'm just trying to get my head out of my ass.
Yep. So you're done talking now.
What?
Okay. What is on your show today?
There was once a time.
Oh, is that you doing that, Steve? I'm like, where's that noise coming from?
Beautiful day. Then I found myself camping. That part's wrong because I wouldn't camp.
Oh.
That part's wrong in my own story.
And well,
I'd like to correct my story.
A Motel 6 is camping for me.
You going to U2 tonight?
Yes! Yes! And you have access to, right? You're going to be on premises, yes?
Something to talk about.
Thank God.
Oh, my God, yes. It's like a first date.
Oh, my God. We found something in common.
I like spaghetti, too.
I have a follow-up question. Do you think that the band will do anything for the radio station? I believe they've been made aware that it's the 50th birthday, but I don't know if they're planning on saying anything.
I don't know. There could be something from the stage, possibly.
May I recommend something?
Yes.
Put like a coil of speaker wire over your shoulder, put your hair in a ponytail, hold a Guinness, and pretend you're a roadie.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to do that.
Because, but again, I
cannot
right,
affect an Irish accent like you can.
Well, just pretend you could, in fact, make it a horrible one.
Okay.
You know?
Oh, goshly.
Gosh.
Did you just say, oh, Garshly? The hell does that mean? This man's an imposter. Don't just tackle him, shoot him.
Oh, Garshly Bob Bono. I've got.
My name is not Bob Bono.
I've got to tie me shoe.
Bob Bono.
Bob Bono. I remember you back when you were playing the clubs, don't you know?
Don't you know? Potatoes. Potatoes and leprechauns, right?
And
Am I right?
Yo.
Mr. Bono just goes, he's one of us. Potatoes and leprechauns, am I right?
Wow.
Shillelaghs, right, guys?
Shillelaghs, potatoes, and leprechauns. Right, everybody?
I love this text from somebody that says, I think you two just canceled. Case.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. A little bit of time here, and I wanted to. I have 3 happy stories.
Oh,
Three happy stories.
Yes, it's like 3 little birds, Bob Marley, right? Yeah. I thought these would be nice to share. We're going into a holiday, and
We need happy.
We need happy, right?
We do. We do.
And the grandmother who accidentally invited a stranger to Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
This is in Mesa, Arizona. And so they're getting together for their 6th year.
I love. Yeah, this is very encouraging.
Yeah, it's a really sweet story, and the she had accidentally sent out an invite asking. She thought she was texting her grandson, and said, "Are you coming to Thanksgiving dinner?" And he got back, and he's like, and in fact, I think I have the exact back and forth
Exchange.
exchange. Yeah, because it was very, very funny. But he's like, no, this isn't your grandson, but can I still come over? And she's like,
yeah,
sure. It's what grandmothers do. Come on over. We feed people. And what I don't have, there are several different stories of this. And Steve, you sent me one, but it was a really, really long one and had a lot to go through. But what I don't know is the distance between where they were and how far he had to travel. Because I have seen stories where people have traveled actually to another country.
Right.
Because they were accidentally invited to go somewhere. But I love the fact that they're still doing this. Her second husband had passed away. He died last year from COVID. So they had a photo of him and they had all become friends now. They check in throughout the year. And made this wonderful little relationship out of an accident, which I thought was so great. Yeah, here's the exchange. It says, Thanksgiving dinner's at my house. Let me know if you're coming. Hope to see you all. And then he writes back, whose is those? And she writes, your grandma. Grandma, can I have a picture of who? Of you, LOL. And she sends a picture. And then he gets back and he's like, not my grandma. But can I still come over? And she says, yeah, we would love to have you. And so they ended up making a routine out of it.
Yeah.
I think that's so sweet.
Well, by happenstance, you have a friendship and something that, and look, in life, these things happen this way. This one just happened to happen over long distance, which makes it even more impressive.
It's really funny.
I like how he refers to her on his phone now as she's logged in as Grandma Wanda. He's changed her name.
So this was our house. My parents always invited people over for holidays, but for whatever reason, Thanksgiving was like the largest one. I mean, we would have not complete strangers, but I mean, there were people who were in need, who didn't have anywhere to go, that were invited to come. If there was like, I had a friend one year whose family was away and he had nowhere to go to Thanksgiving, so he came. We had like family members who had gotten divorced and remarried, but like their ex came over because they didn't have anywhere to go for the holidays. So we always had these huge random Thanksgiving celebrations.
Kath, same. There was about a 5 or 6 year stretch where there would be at least one stranger in the house. And so one year was my grandfather's janitor. He had no place else to go. He grew up in Mexico. Didn't have any family here. And so my grandfather invited him in, and his name was Jose, and he couldn't have been a nicer guy. But he just needed a place to go on Thanksgiving. And I'll never forget that memory. It was a really nice, heartwarming thing to do on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, when I first moved to the area and I was living here by myself, I remember I was like, well, what am I going to do for Thanksgiving? Or actually, no, Rochelle had moved here by that time. And so we kind of went to other people's houses for Thanksgiving.
Right.
Otherwise, it would have just been the two of us.
Right. It becomes sort of a ritual.
It was nice to be able to be invited. Yeah, Jim McGuinn had invited us over, and we did Thanksgiving over there. It's great. It's actually kind of cool to be, or an interesting perspective, if you've always done it with your family every year, if you end up kind of the outsider and are invited to someone else's get together, it's cool. It's neat. It's neat to watch other family dynamics and how they operate on that particular day.
Yeah,
it's kind of special.
Yeah, but I wonder how people who are not from this country that I wonder how they celebrate or integrate into celebrating, because this holiday is for everybody that lives in this country. Do you know what I mean? Like it's
an American holiday.
It's an American holiday,
yeah.
and you know you are now an American, right? So it's something that some people don't. They don't know what it's about or anything along those lines.
There are versions of that other countries have of Thanksgiving, of just
Sure.
a day to be thankful. But like we're having this time around, my wife's family from Sweden is coming in. And so Bjorn, Joyce's husband, doesn't, he's Swedish. And
Right.
so
What
he's going
does
to be
he know?
having, he's going to have Thanksgiving with us, which
Yeah.
is I'm excited about. I think it's really cool.
Is there an equivalent in Sweden of a Thanksgiving
I
type
don't know.
holiday?
I'm not really sure.
So Stroman Day?
Maybe.
Something like
Oh
that?
my God! Could you imagine? Everybody just opens up all their doors and windows, opens that crap up in their house.
Right.
But yeah, I remember one time we had Casey. I think we were at Y100, and I forgot we had some guests by, and they were from Canada. I didn't even think. I'm like, "What are you guys doing for Thanksgiving?" Like, we don't do Thanksgiving. I'm like, "Oh yeah, I forgot about that." I'm like, "You're Canadian, right?"
Yeah.
What am I thinking? But it is a pretty awesome holiday.
Canadian Thanksgiving happened already. The Canadians have their Thanksgiving.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, but they do it earlier in the year. Theirs is in October or something like that. But yeah, they do. There is a Canadian Thanksgiving.
Wait a minute. Hang on a second here. Let me
No
go to this
way.
call. I'm going to go to Tim. Hi, Tim. Good morning.
Gadzooks, good morning.
Gadzook, so you had a special guest at Thanksgiving one year.
Yeah, my father-in-law was an educator and happened to get into tutoring, and one of the people he tutored were some of the guys from NSYNC. And come Thanksgiving, they're back in Orlando from their European tour, and he's talking to them and like, "Well, what are you guys doing for Thanksgiving?" No, not much. Well, hell, come on over to our place. So got to have Thanksgiving dinner, watch the Cowboys play on TV with Justin Timberlake and JC from NSYNC.
Wow.
Seriously?
What time frame was this? What year was this, Tim?
This was pretty early NSYNC stuff, so they were pretty young. Yeah.
That's pretty wild. Do you have pictures of that?
Actually, no, because it was just Thanksgiving dinner.
Okay.
Didn't even think about it.
So, are you from Orlando yourself? Do you live there now?
No, lived down there for like 9 years. I'll give him Chuck Yerger was a teacher up here at Springford High for many years. Moved down to Florida, got into teaching down there, and then became a full-time tutor. He tutored NSYNC, he tutored Britney, he tutored the Mickey Mouse Club. So yeah,
That's pretty
crazy
cool.
The amount of people he's worked with, yeah.
That's awesome, man.
Would you ever just drop a call and invite yourself over to his house now for Thanksgiving? Or
oddly, I think security be called.
Yeah.
Probably.
All right, Tim, thanks for sharing, man. We appreciate it.
Rock on, guys.
So, yeah, that might actually be a good topic. A famous person that's been at your Thanksgiving feast. There was a guy I went to high school with, John Grunder, and his family. They had over one time Larry Bud Millman.
Wow.
From the Letterman show.
DeForest Kelly, I think was his name, right?
No, it was DeForest Kelly was McCoy from Star Trek, but it's,
wait a minute.
it's something similar to that.
Yeah, it's an odd name, like
Yeah.
DeForest. I can't remember, but yeah, apparently his family knew him.
Yeah,
that's cool.
And he was over for Thanksgiving. And
Calvert DeForest.
Calvert
DeForest,
DeForest.
yes.
Okay, yeah. And so, yeah, Larry. Could you imagine having Larry Bud Millman
just sitting there
at your Thanksgiving feast?
He was just a regular guy who was sort of plucked out of the the people at 30 Rock to become a person on the show. So
And he became the favorite little sidekick thing
Larry
of
Bud Millman.
Letterman, which was interesting.
Huh.
Well, so all right. Well, anyhow,
I like that.
That little tradition continues, and it's been happening for 6 years. I thought that was a real happy thing to share. This kid, Adela Abraham Olegbegi, I guess is how you say his last name, could have used his Make-A-Wish opportunity for pretty much anything, but instead of something like a new video game system, the 13-year-old from Jackson, Mississippi, decided to help others. Abraham was diagnosed with aplastic anemia, a rare condition that causes bone marrow damage in June of 2020. And after a life-saving bone marrow transplant in November 2020, he found out that he qualified to have a dream fulfilled by Make-A-Wish. Abraham's mom, Miriam, said, "I remember that we were coming home from one of his doctor appointments, and he said, "Mom, I thought about it, and I really want to feed the homeless." That's what we want to do is make a wish.
Man, that's pretty wild.
She says to him, are you sure, Abraham? You could do a lot. I mean, you sure you don't want a new PlayStation? But prior to his diagnosis, he and his family fed the homeless each month. With a new lease on life, Abraham couldn't imagine a better use for his wish. So in September, Make-A-Wish helped him organize a day to hand out free food in Poindexter Park. They were able to feed about 80 people with food and supplies donated from local businesses. And he said, when the homeless people get the plate, some of them would come back and sing to us and thank us.
Aww.
He said, just really feels good. It warms our hearts. My parents always taught us that it's a blessing to be a blessing.
Man, that's very inspiring.
Yeah.
And it's amazing.
So, by the way, he's getting started. He's just getting started because Make-A-Wish is going to help him feed the homeless every month for a year.
Wow.
So it's not just one time out. And when his wish runs out, he plans to continue that effort by turning the experience into a nonprofit called Abraham's Table. I love it. That's a go-getter, man.
Yep. Jeez.
That's a good person.
We suck.
Yeah, I know. Please. So I thought that was kind of nice. One other happy story.
These are happy.
The shuffle as the default when playing albums, and it's thanks to Adele.
I saw that.
Yes. Her new album 30 just came out, and she retweeted a story about the change on Twitter on Saturday, saying that it had been, quote, her only request.
But I thought it was just for her album.
No, this is for all of them.
So
they've changed
for all albums?
Yes.
That's crazy.
So Adele explained that she thinks that albums should be heard as the way they were created, explaining this was the only request I had in our ever-changing industry. We don't create albums with so much care and thought into our track listing for no reason. Our art tells a story, and our story should be listened to as we intended. So no albums in the Spotify Premium app play straight through by default instead of going to a shuffle thing.
Sometimes shuffle can annoy the hell out of me.
I hate it.
When you want to listen to an album the way the album was laid out initially, you want to do that.
Yes.
So a lot of times, like if I'm driving along and I want to listen to an album, or I do it through the streaming service or like Apple, iTunes, I specify album. I say that first, and then name what I want to listen to, and then it will play it in album order.
Mm-hmm. Anyone can still shuffle albums, but the option's still among the controls after you hit play.
How much does Spotify cost?
I don't know. It's like $10 a month or something like that.
I don't know. I don't pay for it, but I do get the commercials. It's annoying.
Oh, you have like a non-premium version?
I
or
guess.
what?
I don't know.
Okay.
I use it. I mean, like I'll go for a run and I'm fine with it. So you get at least a half an hour of commercial free.
Okay.
Well, I'm using the Apple streaming, so it's I guess I pay whatever. So that seems to be pretty. I can tailor that exactly how I want it.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem to be using its own AI to determine what I want to listen to.
Right.
So it's a lot more manageable. So I don't have those issues.
Yeah, I have a couple of issues. I also wish that some streaming services would take songs that are on an album that are linked together and meant to be played back to back.
Right.
Stay that way.
Yes.
Or if there's an option to do that.
There's
some Zeppelin songs, there's some Journey songs that need to go directly into the next song.
Yes.
There's a series.
Queen.
Casey, Robert Palmer, Sneaking Sally Through the Alley and Sailing Shoes. There's 3 songs that are supposed to be played. They link together. They're different in title. They're 3 separate tracks, but the music never stops and flows one into the other. And I can't stand it because I can't get them to play together.
How do you get some of the stations to not kind of go in the direction that they're going in? Like I had it on the Sonos, and it was playing for like hours. We were outside. It was a beautiful day. And like all of a sudden I was sitting there, and it was this like horribly depressing music. But the station I was playing was like, it's called Hipster Barbecue. So I'm like, how is this? Like, we're sitting here like ready to go to sleep. So I'm like, how do I still want to keep that station on, because normally I like it and I didn't dislike the music. It just was not in the direction I wanted it to go.
Just yell out, "Get more happy."
Yeah.
Alexa, play more happy music.
Kathy, just put it on MMR and lock it in
There
and leave
you
it
go.
on all day long.
All
It's gonna be
you'll
your
ever
happy-
want to hear.
I do that all day long.
That's your hip barbecue right
Yeah,
there.
no
man.
thanks.
Most definitely. Hang on. Back to famous people that you've had at your Thanksgiving feast. Let me go to Nick. Hi, Nick. You're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, everybody. It's good to have you on the Ba-Ba, Tuda-Ba, Ba-Ba, Do-Ga-Ga, Ba-Ba-Dab.
That was perfect.
Yeah,
Flawless. Nice. All right, Nick, who'd you want to say?
Well, my mom, you know the beginning of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air where he goes into the whole song and everything?
Yeah.
And the part where he's spray painting on the wall and the cop comes up and he starts shaking the stick at Will Smith?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that cop was invited to my Thanksgiving.
Wow, that's amazing.
The cop from the opening credits.
Yes,
Wow.
absolutely. Yeah.
Did you walk in immediately and go,
Oh my God. No, my mother told me about it. She's just like, yeah, he knew Will Smith. He was a really nice guy. He was kind of slow a little bit, but he was a really nice guy, and we had him for Thanksgiving dinner. Which
All
was
right.
awesome.
That's pretty awesome.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, almost in a way, that's better.
All right. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it, man.
Yep, thanks.
All right. So we're looking at the video of him getting the stick shaken at him.
I always thought that was James Avery because his name, James Avery, appears in the credits right there.
Oh, really?
And I thought it was Uncle Phil.
And you can't really
Dressed-
see it's a kind of a backwards angled profile view.
I thought that was him dressed as a cop, just sort of as a gimmick.
He actually flew out. So, yeah, I guess you could see that. Maybe that was the deal. I don't know. Yeah, but the credit sits right under his face when he turns around.
Well, that is that's something
I think
special.
it is Uncle Phil.
No, I don't think it is.
You don't think so?
No, we just heard it's the guy.
It's
He's
not.
a different guy
He's
who
slower.
knows Will Smith. We found that out.
I don't know.
Uncle Phil.
You think we made it up? All right, these are happy stories for you.
Preston's
We got to get you on one of those water jet packs.
Oh my God, I would love that.
We've got to get you on that. So I know they do.
Where's
have
the closest one?
They've got them down there somewhere.
AC they do.
We talked about it last year or the year before, and people said that they are available in certain spots. Very, very expensive to rent. But
Are they?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I don't know if that's the case or
Maybe
not.
we get a knockoff one.
A knockoff jetpack. But I personally would love to go on one of those things. But I'm dying to see you on one.
You see the dudes who are able to flip down and go underwater and dive it
Yeah.
down and come back up?
Since they've had those out now for several years, there's people that have mastered them, and they
Yeah.
can do all kinds of spinny, wild, crazy things in the air and then dive down in and back up.
I'm afraid that I would jetpack myself right down into the water and not be able to right myself, and then
Just go down to the bottom and stay there.
yes,
Down to the
just
bottom of the
continue
ocean.
to thrust myself.
We're watching video footage. They now have them where you can strap them on your feet.
Yeah.
That's
Well, it's basically just a board.
That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. I wouldn't do that one. I would not do that one.
Killed on these.
Casey, who would be more?
Just screaming down to the ocean floor.
Where's Daddy? Any kids? Anybody see Daddy?
Please welcome Lil Rel Howery to the show.
What up? What
This
up?
morning,
What it
Rel.
do? I'm excited. Thanks for having me.
You bet, man. Thanks for coming in. For those who may not be familiar with you, you've had so many great, awesome roles, and you won the MTV Movie Award for Best Comedic Performance in the movie Get Out. That had to have been a nice little feather in the cap getting an award for that.
Yeah, it was actually really dope because also last night my friend Tiffany Haddish received the same award.
Yeah. Yes.
We just took it. I told her this morning, back-to-back years.
And she's in Uncle Drew.
Yeah, she's in
Yeah.
Uncle Drew also, which is such a fun movie, man, we did.
So explain for people who are familiar, they may have seen the commercials. There were the commercials were featuring the character of Uncle Drew. Explain what Uncle Drew is about.
So it started from, so people don't know this, Kyrie came up with Uncle Drew, and it's based
created it?
It's based on his dad. 'Cause
Wow.
His dad still plays basketball. So he basically created this old, he's better as an older version of his dad, but his dad still plays all the time. Just this older guy who's on the court still balling dudes.
So it was him who came up with the idea of
Him who
this,
came up with the idea.
this guy who sort of schools some street ballers.
And the first time he did, I think we always forget. So they did it in Chicago first, and nobody knew who it was. So it was actually a real court, real game. He showed up in the old man stuff, balled everybody out. I didn't even know it was Kyrie until maybe like the 4th commercial.
Yeah, because it was hard. The makeup was done, first off, very well. You could obviously see body-wise, the guy, it would have been an exemplary shape. But the facial makeup was very well done.
It was very well done. That's what was so amazing about the movie with all the prosthetics, with all the players.
Yeah.
I'm almost forgot how everybody looked in real life.
Did you?
Because they'll be in there for 5 hours. So when I show up on set, they already old. And when I left, they were still old. So I literally forgot how everybody looked until Kyrie did that press conference when he went to the Celtics. And I was like, oh. That's your face.
Well, in the movie, so you have a team, and you have your adversary is Nick Kroll, which is borderline science fiction that he's got, but I got it. So he's your adversary because he plays a good prick. So you guys are playing off against each other. He sort of steals he just crushes you. He's your adversary.
Yeah, he's destroyed my life in different times.
So that spurs you on to
have to find somebody to help me, and that's when I heard about Uncle Drew from different people, like the guys at the barbershop tell me about him, but I've never seen him.
It just is a stuff of legend, but you figure you'll explore it.
Like, come on, whatever.
Yeah.
So it was like when Dax, his name, my character, discovers Drew, was really by mistake. It was after I couldn't find any new players to play on my team. We went around all these different playgrounds, and I just happened to be at a playground and see Drew take on this dude one-on-one. That's when I approached him.
And so what his one deal is, he'll do it, but he has to be able to pick his own teammates.
Right, that's where the story gets hilarious and fun. That it's taking this road trip to pick up all these other old dudes.
And you're getting you're getting older versions of these great players.
Shaq and Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Preston mentioned Get Out.
Yeah.
We had Jordan Peele in, I guess he was still working on Get Out. He was in promoting, I think it was Keanu.
Yeah.
And it became clear as we were talking that he was just a huge horror fan in this whole thing. And he was simultaneously sort of excited but nervous about what Get Out would be. None of you could have seen how this would take off the way it did.
No, I mean, when we did it, it was one of those things where like either this is gonna do well or it's not, right? And it wasn't a big budget, so we all did do it because we love Jordan Peele, and I just loved the script. Once the trailer came out and then we went to reshoot the ending, I'm like, oh, I think this is gonna do good.
What was your first indication? Was it the
it was the trailer.
The trailer.
It was the trailer.
Yeah,
the way when my family started calling me like, we can't wait to see this. I'm like, oh, this is a thing.
Yeah.
Why did you reshoot the ending?
Well, I wanted to ask about that too because I watched both endings, and we don't want to betray what happens at the end of the movie.
Wait, I didn't know there's two.
It's on the disc.
On the disc.
You get it on.
You can see the original.
They actually got it on YouTube too. I mean, the original ending.
Which one did you like better? Before you go into the story about that.
I appreciate the original because it was real.
Yep.
But then also I knew as a fan of movies, we just needed a hero, man.
Yeah, it needed to have a more satisfying ending. I know what you mean.
People would have left the theater with different energy if we would have kept. Because when I saw the first cut, it was with the original ending, and I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it was.
But you know what? Because he's a. I mean here's the difference. Horror, and they'll say horror comedy. I like my horror. You can have some comedy, and you provide the comedy.
But you know what made it work though? Because Jordan wrote it real.
He wrote it real. Yes, you can tell.
All I was the audience that watched the movie.
And that's why it works. When they try to yuck it up, that's when they screw it up, because that would have undermined what is really a brilliant horror movie that works on multiple levels.
Yeah. And what was masterfully done was that the trailer thought you were getting into one thing and the movie got you into something else, and you're like, whoa. That's hard to pull off.
How much of your character of that? First off, do you ever have to go through TSA ever now?
So I'll tell you something funny about that. They show love when I showed them. Oh man, we appreciate you, but you still got to take your shoes off. So I still get no real love. I still got to do everything. They still do it. Like they take their job more seriously now, which is crazy. Like,
well, you give them a sense of pride. Was there any on-set ad-libbing because you seem so natural? Your simultaneous pride and condemnation of him for going in the first place.
So the funny thing about it is, I thought I was saying stuff that was scripted, and then we did a panel, and Jordan was like, nah, this is you just saying stuff.
Wow, that's great.
But he let me do that. He'll have, we'll do the takes where I do everything scripted, and I do a real take. And I'm like, all right.
Yeah, if anyone's going to appreciate comedic ability,
it's Jordan. Yeah, that's why he's a great director.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, talking about being on the set and improving lines, and we have Adam McKay as a friend of the show, and he says he'll laugh when someone's riffing on set and doing the deal, and that actually encourages the actors. You as a performer, when you're doing something, do you like to hear response, or does it throw you off? Because technically, you're not supposed to be hearing someone laughing, but how does it work?
Well, that's the thing. It depends on what it is. Like, so for instance, like, it's not I'm trying to plug this, but I got a show on Fox this year called Real, a sitcom.
Yes.
I like a live studio audience because I like to hear it right away. It's easy to write to that. I give you a perfect example of not that environment is doing Get Out. I kept trying to make Daniel, who played, I just wanted to make him laugh. Like, he had to be sad. So I'm like saying all this crazy. That's why when you see those outtakes of me doing it, it's me trying to make him laugh, trying to break him. So, like,
awesome.
They'll a cut, and we have to give him 2 minutes to just laugh.
Yeah.
Because he's so good. He was just, I'm like, I got to break this dude. But he was such a really good actor, man.
Guys, let's give it up for Lil Rel Howery.
Thank you for having me.
So I'm 4 episodes into Game of Thrones.
Excellent.
Oh.
Yes.
Is she naked yet in any of those episodes? Emilia Clarke?
Yes.
I forget how that proceeds early on in the series.
Well, she goes into a scalding hot bath, full frontal nudity.
Yeah.
I do like it.
And Khal Drogo plows that at one point.
Well, yes, he does plow that.
So, so you're saying the nakedness though drops dramatically after like 3rd or 4th season?
Yeah, it's still there, but yeah, it's still.
She comes back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
She got just a wonderful beaver.
Reach, you're not far off, man.
Nice beaver. She's not like one of these workout feeds where things kind of look splayed all the time. Wow. Just natural.
All right, so
Speaking of beaver, I got to show you guys
What?
something later.
What? Where did you come from?
I know. I got. It's a picture.
Okay. Well, yes.
Later.
Okay.
That's just the reminder.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Everyone,
jot that down.
Okay. Jot that
I'm
down.
writing it right down right now.
It's
Kathy
not my
has
beaver.
pic to show us.
The beaver pic.
I wasn't this excited when Adrian Smed came on the show.
Before we do the bizarre file, I should play that piece of audio.
Okay. It's real short.
It's very, very quick. It's not an audio illusion or anything like that. But do you know? We don't know where this is. Graduation ceremony. It looks like a college graduation.
It was
ceremony.
college graduation,
and as you walk up, this is your moment. This is your family is there. It's your time to shine. You get your name said with the thousands of people in attendance. You walk across the stage. You grab your diploma that you've worked so hard for.
And paid a lot for.
Paid a lot for. This is the culmination.
And as you're walking, they announce your name.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
What? Are you serious?
Yes.
This is legit.
Julie
Too legit to quit.
Wait, one more time. One more time. Quiet, everyone, please. It's her moment.
Yeah.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh, my God.
Forgive me.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Julie Handjob. Forgive me, Julie Handy. Forgive me, Julie Blumpkin. Forgive me, Julie Dirty Sanchez. Oh, my God.
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Oh.
Wow.
You know what, though? That's better than just having your name read that most people are missing anyway.
You know she was called Jerk Off throughout all her life.
It had to have been a nickname at some point, or friends.
Julie Jerk Off.
Yeah.
Or Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
If you think about
Julie oh my God, I can't believe I said that.
Or that professor won a nice bet.
Yeah.
Said she would do it. And
Julie Salad Tosser. Oh, it's not even close.
If you think about it, in high school, she probably had jerk off as a, I wouldn't even say a nickname. You know, they made fun of her.
Maybe even her friends would call her that because it's such an obvious. But
and then she gets to college where everybody matures a little bit, and she loses the jerk off for a couple of years.
It's
and
clear.
then boom.
Kirkhoff is I mean, you can come into that Kirkhoff,
dude. She's getting her master's degree. It's a master of science degree as she goes up and hears
Julie Jerkoff. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well, and she does. If this is the actual video that we're watching, she doesn't even flinch. The girl, Julie.
You know what? When they're doing it,
you couldn't even
hear.
You're so excited, and you're just your focus is walk forward, shake hand, take diploma, walk off. Jerk off.
Jerk off.
Julie jerk off. Forgive me, Kirkhoff.
Well,
you did very well, Miss Jerkoff.
And she sounds so sweet. The
I know.
woman reading the names.
Please come up to the microphone, Julie Jerkoff, and tell everyone how you achieved your success.
Forgive me.
It's the jerk-off way, I think, that we can all emulate.
Oh my God!
But there's countless names like that are being butchered in similar ceremonies going on. In fact, this very weekend, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
There'll be mangled names.
Yep, loads of them. You realize, anytime we have a caller named Julie, we will have to play.
Julie jerk off.
It's awesome.
It's the best.
It made my day yesterday when Casey sent that to me.
So, on that one level, is it sort of cool that you have, since she's probably dealt with it her whole life, at least she has a meme now that's attached to her.
Let's see. We have a caller on the line real quick, and I'm going to go to this caller. Hi, caller. Good morning. What's your name?
My name is Julie.
Julie Jerkoff.
Thank you, Julie.
Our first Julie Jerkoff.
You're our first to be given the Julie Jerkoff Award. Following explosive fights on social media, Jersey Shore star Ronnie Margot Ortiz, he and his girlfriend apparently are done. He wrote on Instagram, on an Instagram story to Jen Harley.
Yeah, he's a real silver-tongued devil.
Listen to this.
Yeah.
Note to self, can't turn a natural-born hoe into a housewife.
Damn.
If you find them in the gutter, then leave them in the gutter.
Note to self.
Yeah. Ronnie later apologized, writing, I want to apologize.
I love you.
Earlier to my fans and especially to Tater Tot Kitty.
Really?
Tater Tot Kitty?
That's somebody's handle. I don't know if that's her handle or whatever, but I want to apologize to Tater Tot Kitty.
Dear Tater Tot Kitty, I'm so sorry for those terrible things I wrote.
I writ. He said, I acted out of my gut and not rationally.
I was not rational.
I should have never.
Apologies to you too, Ravioli Ramon.
He said, I should have never acted in such a manner, spelled M-A-N-O-R.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, man.
It's where he lives. That's the name of the place. I should never have acted in such a manner. That's what it says. You pull up Preston, it says, I never should have acted in a manner.
And then he writes, my deepest apologizes.
Wait, seriously?
My deepest apologizes.
A-P-O-L-O-G-I-Z-E-S.
All right.
My deepest apologizes.
My deepest apologizes to Tater Kitty.
The pair welcomed a baby girl named Ariana Scott.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Iron Hill Brewery, and their top-selling IPAs and seasonal beers are now available everywhere the craft beer is sold locally. You can visit ironhillbrewery.com and click Beer Finder to find a retailer near you. This was a tragic story over the weekend. I'm sure you guys saw it. Friends and family gathered Friday for a vigil to remember 19-year-old Justine Gross, a Penn State student from New Jersey who died in what police said was an accident at an apartment building near the university's campus.
It's horrible.
Gross, who is from Summit, was killed this month when she fell through a trash chute at an apartment building near Penn State. Authorities have released few details on the death, but described the incident as an accident. They had a vigil on Friday night. In an interview, Francois Gross said that her daughter's roommate said that she met a man at the Beaver Terrace Apartments last Wednesday night, and he gave her, quote, a smoke, which she said may have sent the college student into a panic. She said that she was shocked, and to her knowledge, Justine did not use drugs. She stated that he said she had a really bad reaction, panic or whatever, and that he was trying to take her back to her apartment on the 10th floor. Francois Gross said that she was not convinced her daughter's death was entirely by accident and was awaiting a coroner's report. So that's just that was horrible to hear that news. So very sad stuff. Lighter story to share with you. Guests at a place called I Smash Syracuse Rage Room got a surprise Sunday when a deer came crashing through a window and into the business.
Angry deer.
Yeah, we obviously wanted to blow off some steam.
Freaking forest and berries and cold and sticks.
Photos and videos show the deer smashing through a window and running through the lobby with guests nearby. Owner Stephen Shortino said that the deer had some cuts but was okay and eventually ran out of the building.
Second deer story breaking through you had one guy coming up the stairs in the balcony of a church, I think it was.
Yeah, that's correct. Now they're breaking into rage rooms.
That's why I keep my shoes on at night.
It's a good idea. You never know when a deer will be in the house.
Yep.
While locked up in a, quote, scary Florida jail following a DUI arrest, a Florida woman removed the metal wiring from her bra and used it to damage a cell door in an attempt to escape the jail.
It's pretty inventive.
Yeah. While the alleged plot by Susan May Shepard failed, her MacGyver-like ingenuity is worthy of notice. Shepard was arrested on DUI charges and booked into the Sumter County Jail, where she was placed in a holding cell in the booking area. Shepard gave her address as a residence in the village's retirement community. And while in her cell, Shepard removed the metal wiring from her bra, proceeded to use it to make numerous scrape marks into the glass at the bottom of the holding cell door. Shepard also allegedly sought to crawl out of a small opening in the holding cell door feet first and had to be directed to, quote, pull her legs back into the cell.
Very Mission Impossible-like.
When later questioned, Shepard reportedly copped to damaging the cell door with her bra wire in an attempt to, quote, escape the jail, which she described as scary.
What if she replaced the wire in her bra with plastic explosives from now on?
That might be more suitable for this. Shepard's harebrained plot, which would have required Shawshank-level time and commitment to succeed, resulted in 2 additional charges being added to the docket: attempt to escape, a felony, and criminal mischief, a misdemeanor. She was freed on $11,000 bond.
How big is that wire that's in an underwire bra?
Not that big, I don't think.
I
there's
mean,
2 of them.
It's still, I mean, it's not huge,
Yeah.
but I mean.
Okay, it's not like a spatula or something. Right? It's not- yeah.
But maybe like a coat hanger or something like that?
No, I'd say it's a little bit thicker. At least
Like a cricket paddle?
maybe with the with the pat or the fabric over it. I think it's a little bit thicker than like a wire
All right.
hanger. No wire hangers.
All right, so if you knew what you were doing, though, with it, do you think you could use it to pick a lock or anything like that?
Probably, I would think so.
Do you think you could just insert your own nipple into the lock?
Ooh, wow. You'd have to
open
get
it that
aroused
way?
first.
Yeah,
It'd
yeah.
have to be hard. I'm like, what are we listening to?
It's Mission Impossible.
The Mission Impossible theme?
But for people who are not up to the level of the actual Mission Impossible crew, people who use their underwire bras to try to escape prison.
I was so confused.
I pull the wire out of the bathing suits sometimes
Yeah,
if they're
so-
too annoying.
It's too painful, right?
Yeah, sometimes if it like digs into the skin and I really like the bathing suit, I'm like,
Right.
that's it.
Okay.
It also attracts lightning.
Let those puppies flap, Nick.
Yeah, she's gonna ask.
It's time for the kennel to open.
Puppies flap. Wow.
Don't know what I thought.
All right. Richard Avazian and his wife, Marietta Terabellian, were facing prison for their role in a massive COVID relief fraud scheme when they cut off their electronic tracking bracelets and fled their California home, abandoning their 3 teenage children. They left a typewritten note for the kids, who are 13, 15, and 16, and it said, "We will be together again one day. This is not a goodbye, but a brief break from each other."
Okay.
This was
Thanks, Ma.
late August, and almost 3 months later, and 5 months into their convictions in June, the couple still have not been found. The FBI is looking for them.
Sounds like they were lying.
And that didn't stop a judge this week from sentencing Avazian and Terabellian in absentia to 17 and 6 years in prison, respectively.
They're not going to come back.
Prosecutors said that they and others carried out a scheme to steal more than $20 million in relief funds intended for small businesses during the pandemic. Yeah.
Scumbags.
Totally. The couple and Avazian's brother, Arthur, were found guilty of conspiracy to commit bank fraud, wire fraud, and money laundering at a trial in June. Richard and his brother were also convicted of aggravated identity theft. And now they've abandoned their children. So
They're just solid people.
Just sweethearts, right?
Pizza in the fridge.
Yeah.
See you in 2 decades.
All right, this is messed up. We'll end on this one. A gang of 6 people accused of stealing horses for slaughter and selling the meat to restaurants disguised as beef have been arrested in southern Brazil. Man. The gang distributed more than 1,700 pounds of hidden horse meat per week to restaurants. Up to 60% of restaurants in the area with beef on their menu had unwittingly bought horse meat from the gang disguised in steaks and hamburgers, public health officials said.
Why is there a saddle on this steak?
Inspectors also discovered other forms of spoiled meat, including rotting pork, turkey, and leftover food from pig feeding establishments were mixed inside the hamburgers.
Wow. It sounds like the Joe Exotic menu.
Officials say, yeah, totally. Officials said an investigation was launched 2 months ago after the local agricultural defense inspectorate raised the alarm. A forensics test carried out in restaurants selling hamburgers confirmed the presence of horse DNA in the food. The 6 people arrested are also accused of running an illegal abattoir with poor hygiene.
Oh, my God.
Right? All right.
Well, how is the customer service, at least?
That is what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right, let's break and come back and give something away. We are going to ask you a question about today's program in form of the lesson learned. See what you picked up, and we'll also get into trash and music news. Stay put, because that's coming up next. He made a video of this.
Yeah. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jesse the Planner. Thank you for tuning into This Week with Jesse. We're going to be talking about aircraft. You know, I've owned 3 different jets in my life, and I used them and just burning them up for the Lord Jesus Christ. Now,
listen to how many times he incorporates the Lord and Jesus Christ into this.
now, some people believe that preachers shouldn't have jets. I really believe that preachers ought to have and go on every available voice, every available outlet to get this gospel preached to the world. Now, I talk about this in a lot of my messages, and I want you to see this if we can, Caleb. Get it back. This is the very first plane that I purchased for the Lord back in December.
The Lord asked me, he said, I need you to purchase the modest aircraft. 1 engine ought to do it with a decent range, something that's comfortable with a couple of seats and a bed. That's what I need you to purchase. I said, Lord, should we not use this money to feed the poor? He says, we'll get to that.
That I purchased for the Lord back in December 1994. And I said where I began. And then the second one I purchased was in January 2004, where I used to be. The one I'm flying right now, and it's been with me 12 years. I purchased it in January 2006, where I am. Now, I want you to get a shot of this one, Caleb. Now, this is the Star Trek.
It's going to crack you up, because this one is just insanely expensive. And the amount of people who could have benefited greatly from the money wasted on this is just off the charts crazy.
And they're showing pictures of them with the camera as they go by.
Now, this is the Star Trek Enterprise. This way I'm going. Praise God, but I believe
it's got a transporter and everything. In fact, my next purchase is going to be a spacecraft.
Praise God, but I believe in God for. Let me just say.
Wait, this is what I believe in God for?
Yeah.
Is that what he said?
I think he says, praise God, but I believe in gospel.
Oh, okay.
Where I'm going. Praise God, but I believe in God for.
Yeah.
Let me just say this.
This is what I believe in God for, so I can fly this way around the world.
Believe in God for a brand new Falcon 7X so we can go anywhere in the world one stop. Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop.
Oh! That's it. That's the dilemma.
Wait a second. You mean you're going to have to stop?
There's the kicker.
I'm backing that up. Hang on.
Now, people say, my Lord, can't you go with this one? Yes, but I can't go at one stop. And you see, if I can do it with one stop, I can fly it for a lot cheaper because I have my own fuel farm. And that's what's up.
You just said, by the way, on this $54 million jet that it has a 5,000-mile range.
Yeah.
That's not flying around the world with one stop.
It's
This is the way to travel. And I know you have issues at home where you can't feed your children. You know it's hard to cover your bills. But if you ever do get the chance to fly on an aircraft like this, it will open your eyes and make you ask yourself, dear Lord, why don't I have a jet of my own?
Oh, my God. It's the audacity, the absolute robbing of human beings preying on their faith.
There I was in Zone 3 waiting to load onto the aircraft.
Zone 3.
And I said, dear Jesus, I'm surrounded by a sea of human filth that is keeping me from spreading the Lord's word. What can you do for me? Can you hook me up in a $55, $56 million plane will get it done nicely. And I can fly in one stop. And it's also economical. Is it very economical? Yes, Lord, it's very economical. You know, they got down there down in the Cabo San Lucas, they got these young ladies that need to hear the word of the Lord.
I need to.
Oh my God!
I need to see this guy in
Down there, Casey. Let me tell you something. The girls have literally gone wild, and they need the word of the Lord Jesus Christ to tell them that if the tops are coming off, if the tops and pantaloons are coming off, make sure that at some point the Bible opens up.
This is Cabo. Girls Gone Wild
Girls
in Cabo.
Gone Wild in Cabo.
Yeah. You've seen video.
I have seen video, and I'm distressed. I could get there in one flight. I mean, you just want to punch this guy in the face.
Absolutely.
Oh, you might.
I don't know. I kind of want to join him on his jet.
I wouldn't
This
mind
is
riding along.
my new friend, Kathy Romano, and I believe the word the Lord would use is bodacious.
We're praying together.
Yeah.
I put dildos in my mouth.
And that's how.
That is not very
That's akin to saying "open sesame." When this fine young, and she's a broadcaster, I want you to know, so she spreads the word herself. But when she said she put dildos in her mouth, I got to tell you that jet door opened right up.
I put dildos in my mouth.
So I thought this one would be a nice, light conversation. Anne Frank.
Yes.
No, but actually, this is actually a little bit of light information about Anne Frank that was recently discovered.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Researchers using digital technology deciphered the writing on 2 pages of Anne Frank's diary that she had pasted over with brown masking paper, and they discovered 4 dirty jokes and a candid explanation of sex, contraception, and prostitution.
Wasn't it Bert Kreischer who got Anne Frank confused with Helen Keller?
Yes.
That's
And actually,
right.
there's an on-running joke about that on a website I go to a lot, which is fark.com. And it's not only Anne Frank and Helen Keller, but they've also thrown in, oh my God, the pilot.
You're talking about
Amelia Earhart as well.
Sully Erna.
So they always, is Sully Erna.
No, Sully.
I thought you said Sully Erna. I'm like, no, I don't think he's a pilot.
I don't know why I immediately thought, when you said pilot, we're clearly talking about women.
I mean, he did land that. It's a good movie.
I don't know why Sully has not brought up the fact that he hid in a
in Amsterdam
during World War II, because that's an even more courageous
And
story.
what blows me away is the dude was blind and deaf and able to land that plane.
Yes.
Amazing.
Well, I mean, he landed it in a river.
Well, I
but,
guess
you know.
he doesn't want to puff himself up too much.
All right. So anyhow, let me find something else. I can't wear the earbuds. I have small ear holes. They don't
You can't
fit.
wear the earbuds?
Yeah, they fall out.
Ooh, your ear holes are so tight.
Tight ear holes.
Oh, man.
That's awful.
Can you fit that in there?
I'm going to work with it. Wait. Yeah.
Wait. Oh, ow. No, you're too big. Stop.
You're stretching
Stop.
it out. Your pie is too big.
You're going to tear a hole.
Oh, my God, I'm going to bleed.
Ear lube. I need some ear lube.
Well, what you
I
can
just
get.
gave you an ear pie.
I actually bought these things that were like $2
Oh my
on
God,
Amazon.
I just got that. I'm sorry.
Wait, just got what?
Ear pie.
You ever heard the term cream pie before? Never mind. Go ahead.
I bought these things for like $2 off of Amazon that go around your earbuds, so you can
A C-ring.
Basically, yeah, no, and then so you can wrap regular earbuds.
Yes.
You know,
over the ear,
over your ear. And
Yeah,
you're fine.
they're good. You know, honestly,
Listen, I want to be able to wear earbuds.
Yeah, I know.
I know.
Well,
You know,
maybe you should
Preston-
let
so Preston-
Steve stretch him out for you.
Yeah, I'll stretch them out because I can really, unpack it.
If you're just tuning in here at One Bala Plaza, the studios of WMMR, as well as our sister stations, they're doing some remodeling, and they're going to move some of the stations. We're kind of consolidating our areas, moving from downstairs to upstairs. So they're doing complete remodeling, which means demo has been going on, demolition of the various offices. And when we got wind that they were going to be destroying Bill Weston's office, we said,
We had to.
You got to let us take a swing or two.
Well, my helmet's on the ground, but that's okay.
Freezing to death because I went out there and it was frigid a couple of years ago. And
I remember that, yeah.
Makes it tough to hang outside, but this is just going to be perfect for you. If you've never considered going, it's time of year to do it. I think it's going to be beautiful. All right, we're going to do today's lesson question. We are going to give away the unnerving horror thriller, A House on the Bayou, on digital. And so the question that we asked this morning is, what new Kathy Romano-themed amusement park recently opened at the Just Sayin Institute? All right, what kind of world? It's a like Disney World. What's this one? 215-263 WMMR. What new Kathy Romano-themed amusement park recently opened at the Just Sayin Institute? If you know the answer, you should give us a call right now because you might win, and we'll do the trash while we wait for you to call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by KGL Skin. KGL is testing a topical treatment for facial acne on teens and young adults with moderate to severe acne. If qualified, you may be paid up to $350. KGLSkinStudyCenter.com for more information. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Britney Spears says her first long-form interview will be with Oprah Winfrey as soon as details can be hammered out. Oprah's producers say Britney is demanding pony rides and ice cream.
Hey!
A new Las Vegas strip club held an open audition that drew so much interest it had to be shut down due to safety concerns. Event organizers say they had no idea there'd be so many eager beavers. And finally, a large-scale smash-and-grab heist of a San Francisco Louis Vuitton store left the place almost completely cleaned out. Ironically, because it was a Louis Vuitton, each looter was provided with a personal looting assistant.
Oh.
And that's Hollywood Trash.
All right, thank you, Steve. We'll go to the phone, see if somebody knows the answer to this. What new Kathy Romano-themed amusement park recently opened at the Just Sayin Institute? And we'll go to Brian and see if he knows. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
All right, Brian, what is the new Kathy Romano-themed amusement park at the JSI?
Activity World.
Activity World. Hang on, Brian. Got yourself the unnerving horror thriller, A House on the Bayou, on digital. A family vacation takes a sinister turn when neighbors show up for dinner uninvited, testing the family's fragile bond and forcing dark secrets to come to light. You can buy or rent it on digital and on demand now. Unrated, and it is from Paramount Pictures. Let's get to music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, and it's brought to you this morning by Horizon Services and their Black Friday Total Heating event. It is back. You can get a free upgrade when you buy a new heating and cooling system installed as soon as tomorrow, or it is free. Visit horizonservices.com. The American Music Awards were last night. And we won't spend a lot of time on this because there's not much in the world of rock to mention. The only rock category was a favorite rock artist, and that went to Machine Gun Kelly,
Yeah.
by the way.
What's your take on his... we talked about, like, with Miley Cyrus embracing Metallica and stuff like that. Does that provide an entree for people who might not otherwise think of rock?
I guess so. Listen, I've listened to 30 seconds of this guy's music, so I can't really speak on authority about his music in particular. But, yeah, if it's steering people to rock music, I can't beat up on it too bad, you know? I mean, I'm a fan of rock music, so...
we are the world, man.
Yeah, we are. And so he picked up that award. Artist of the Year went to BTS. They won 3 awards that way, by the way. Artist of the Year, favorite pop duo or group, and favorite pop song for their hit, Butter. And new Artist of the Year went to Olivia Rodrigo. So the pop categories, Ed Sheeran won male pop artist, Taylor Swift won female pop artist, BTS pop duo or group, as I said, and Taylor Swift won pop album for Evermore. So there you go, your American Music Awards last night.
That was a Dick Clark thing, right? He started the American Music Awards.
Absolutely.
Because we don't have enough award shows.
Marilyn Manson's lawyer, Stephen Rothschild, says that the singer is open to settlement discussions with a Jane Doe ex-girlfriend who claimed that he raped her in 2011. According to Rolling Stone, at a court hearing in Los Angeles on Friday, Rothschild said that Manson is open to talks with the anonymous ex-girlfriend. He also said that a global mediation might be in the cards for other accusers. I explained there are other cases that are somewhat related, and so as things progress, We may decide that it's best to have a global mediation. I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but it is in the cards. I really don't even know what a global mediation is.
I think it's a meal plan, but I'm not sure.
Okay, sounds like it. Meanwhile, Superior Court Judge
I heard meat in there.
Gregory Sayin set the trial date for the Jane Doe case for October 3rd of 2023. Wow. Estimating that it would take 5 days to try the case in front of a jury.
Look at how some of these cases just drag on and on and on,
Yeah.
and that's part of the deal. And that's also a tactic,
Yeah.
you know, to distance, you know, potential jurors' recollection, you know, away from the hype, and that's how it goes.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I was pre-law.
I mean, anything can happen between now and then. People could die between now and
Absolutely.
then. Somebody could, you know, the person being accused could die, and the defendant would never, or not the defendant, but the accuser would never get their chance to have the case heard. So, nonetheless, it's being pushed way off. Puddle of Muds, Wes Scantlin. Haven't heard about him in the news in a while, but he walked off stage mid-concert Saturday night.
Oh,
The band
no.
was playing at the Epic Event Center in Green Bay, Wisconsin, when the singer complained about the venue's lights. A video posted to Facebook showed Scantlin addressing fans saying, "I don't know why the lights have to be blinding me for this whole show. Now I can see all of you people, but if you guys were standing up here where I am right now, it's like an effing flashlight blinking in your effing head, and I don't think that's effing cool, really."
Wow, he's saying a lot of naughty words.
He then cursed out the light technician before walking out during the fourth song, but fans also say he was 30 minutes late to start the performance to begin with. So.
He had obviously drinking issues and other issues, I assume, and it seems like he's been doing well. I hope this is just simply a legitimate thing about the lights and not him having a backslide.
I don't know, but he's you know, bad news follows him. So
Yeah.
something's always going on. So
You know
I
what?
don't
Send him a
what this
copy of your happy news segment.
Maybe that'll
that
bring
might
him
pep him
around.
up.
It might. NHC, featuring Foo Fighters drummer Taylor Hawkins and Jane's Addiction guitarist and bassist Dave Navarro and Chris Chaney, have just dropped their latest video called Devil That You Know. The band's first headlining shows, set for tomorrow night at the Troubadour in Los Angeles, sold out almost instantly. The band's still untitled and presumably unfinished debut album will reportedly contain a dozen tracks. So they're gigging, which
All right.
should be pretty cool.
They're gigging. I'm
Giggity,
digging.
giggity. Mhm. If you're gigging, you're digging. Robert Plant and Alison Krauss have rolled out their initial 2022 tour dates in support of their new album called Raise the Roof. The Grammy Award-winning duo are set to play 10 U.S. shows, followed by an 8-city European run. And guess what? They're going to be in Philadelphia.
Yay!
They're going to be playing The Man on June 12th, the Pavilion at The Man. Already in the books is the Plant and Krauss double bill with the Eagles on June 26th at a massive open-air show at London's Hyde Park.
Is he still doing that thing where he ends off the show with the high diving horse?
They do that at the Steel Pier in Atlantic City, yeah. The concert is part of next year's American Express Presents BST Hyde Park Series, which plays on the grounds over 2 weekends next summer. I don't have on-sale information. Nick, do you see that on WMMR.com as far as when those tickets go on sale?
December 3rd at 9 a.m.
I bet you that'd be a hell of a show. Or it would stink. But I think it'd be good.
Alison Krauss and
Yeah.
Robert Plant and
She's
the Man?
super talented.
Yeah.
I love his solo stuff.
Yeah. All right, and then one last story. The U.S. premiere of Peter Jackson's The Beatles Get Back brought out even more of the extended Beatles family. On November 18th at Hollywood's El Capitan Theater, John Lennon's sons Julian and Sean Lennon, Paul McCartney's daughter Stella, and George Harrison's widow Olivia represented the Beatles brood stateside.
Stella!
The premiere followed last week's London screening, which saw Paul McCartney, George Harrison's son Donnie Harrison, and Ringo Starr's sons Zach and Jason in attendance. Stella McCartney posted a shot of her and Julian and Sean Lennon in the theater, calling them her brothers from another mother. A clearly emotional Julian Lennon wrote, "Amazing night. Firstly, seeing Get Back, and then Stella's event afterwards. The one true thing I can say about it all is that it has made me so proud, inspired, and feel more love for my/our family than ever before. And the film has made me love my father again in a way I can't fully describe."
That's amazing. I'm happy to know that Julian and Sean are getting along. I mean, not that they were not, but I think Julian had a little bit of a, an uphill battle because he seemed to be the forgotten son,
Right.
But he hasn't taken it that much to heart.
He said, thank you to all who had a hand in bringing this project to fruition. Life-changing. I'm so excited for this. So Peter Jackson's 6-part documentary, The Beatles Get Back, rolls out over 3 days, and it happens over the holiday break. So
Very exciting.
25th, 26th, and 27th exclusively on Disney Plus. So I'm going to be watching every second of that.
Do you know who's at the event as well, Preston? The guy who plays the police officer in the beginning of the Fresh Prince.
What?
That guy was there?
Yeah, he was there.
The guy who shakes the
the
baton?
at Will Smith.
He's more famous than we thought. All right, and there you go. That is what I have in music news for you. We have a final break to take before we wrap for the day and bring it up and hand it over to Mr. Pierre Robert. So we'll do that very thing. Come back in a second. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week. Prize when we return. Stay there.
Wendy, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to bash your brains in.
This is great.
Here's Johnny!
That is awesome.
Oh my God, look at this.
Oh my God.
Bill's mailbox.
There we go. Give it to him
Look at
as a
that.
keepsake.
I have the video.
By the way, do we ask Bill if he wanted that?
No.
Okay, all right.
Hey, Bill, do you want this?
Clear the wall.
Oh, nice. She almost
fell on her ass.
backwards. There's another swing at it. She's trying to go out of Bill's office into the sales department. Feels good, doesn't it?
So good.
Go get it.
Yeah.
Kill it, Marissa. Kill it. A lot of rage here, man.
Yeah, but it's funny. It's
She
like,
packs
it's like,
a punch.
It's like watching an angry dwarf.
Had a request from a friend of ours, RC, from Tattoos by RC. His son, Dalton, celebrates his birthday today. And RC wanted me to mention it. We haven't seen Dalton in a while.
I know.
He's been around. He used to come around when he was a kid, and we haven't seen him, but he's
a man now.
Full-grown adult, man.
He was a little kid when he came in to visit the show, and I'm wondering, how long has time
21?
passed?
I'm guessing he's 21.
All right.
But
Yeah.
that's just a guess. I'll have to check my Instagram message that I got from RC and get back to it. But this
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, he can't be that old yet.
He's
All right,
he's
I'll
at
look it
least
up.
20, at least.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, keep playing that clip over and over until I
Until
get
we
this,
find it.
Steve.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Are you looking or are you
I'm
just
looking
laughing?
it up. I have to go into my phone. Oh, my God. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
It says here he turns 20 years old.
Oh,
There we go.
Booyah!
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
It'll be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So far, this is my favorite part of the day.
There we go. It all goes downhill from here.
All right, let's see if we can get an answer to the stupid question. A panda, what is their primary food source? Yeah, okay. I'm going to go to Courtney. Hi, Courtney.
Hi.
Hi, Courtney. What is the panda's primary food source?
Is it bamboo?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hang on. Hang on, Courtney. We're gonna. Caitlyn Jenner
Yes.
has 6 kids, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, she's.
You're going to be my regular Saturday night thing. Oh, yeah.
I might not make it through the show today.
Caitlin, huh? Thought you'd be bigger.
I'm your new cooler.
But she.
Roadhouse with Caitlyn Jenner.
Oh my
There you go.
God.
Pain don't hurt.
No.
Except when they cut your balls off. That was pretty uncomfortable. I'll have to say that did sting.
That pain hurt?
Yeah, that pain sort of hurt. The knife attack at the bar, no, not so much. Cutting my balls off, yeah, that actually pinged a bit.
Can you stick to the script there?
It pinged a bit.
That pain hurt.
Okay, sorry. Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So the royal wedding was over the weekend. I'm going to touch a little bit on this stuff, and we'll expand a little bit further on it. later on, but of course it took place on Saturday, and they are officially husband and wife, Prince Harry and Meghan Markle. They became the Duke and Duchess of Sussex at London's Windsor Castle. The ceremony took place at the Gothic St. George's Chapel at noon, but was no ordinary wedding, even by royal standards.
So there's an Instagram thing that I follow. It's called Fish Dance Party, and what they do is they'll dub Fish concert music over people dancing.
How did I miss this?
No, listen. At one point over the weekend, there was a Fish Dance Party Instagram posting of people coming out, and it looked like they were coming out of the royal wedding. And I was like, this can't be. But I think it was legit. I'm fairly certain what I saw.
Fish music was playing when they were coming out?
No, but like ridiculous.
A selection from Fish.
I just need to know if I did indeed see Prince Charles and Camilla Parker Bowles come out dancing out of the chapel or whatever.
No, I don't think they were dancing when they walked out.
That is not.
Dude, wait till Prince Charles and Camilla. They're
Casey.
I know.
Casey.
What is it?
We're watching this right now. There's no way in hell the royal family would do something like this.
But look at this. They're great lookalikes right there.
They are not even remotely looking. That guy looks nothing like Prince Charles.
I was looking at her.
Oh.
You thought this was real?
I couldn't tell. It was on my tiny little... What is this from, though?
It's a spoof. It's a a spoof.
Oh my God.
People. Yeah, we're watching this right now. It is absolutely absurd that Casey would think that this was legit at the actual royal wedding.
I'm telling you, when Prince Charles and Camilla, the Camilla look-alike, I was like, well, that kind of looks like her.
But Prince Charles,
you know what, Casey? It was.
I knew it. I knew it.
It was real. Let him have this.
Thank you, guys.
They really are big Fish fans.
We are so happy he is back in town. It's been a while since he's been here in this studio, and we know him as Gay Robot. We love him for that. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Swartzen.
Everybody
is with us. Good morning, sir.
I'm glad you got my name right and didn't call me Blink 182. You nailed it.
It's that kind of day, Nick.
It is.
Flooding in the streets and in Preston's home.
Dear Lord.
When did your friendship with Adam Sandler begin?
We met on J-Date.
It was J-Date.
Yeah.
So a mistake ended in a lifelong
it was just
friendship.
A lovely turn of events.
That's perfect.
Actually, this goes with answering this question. A lot of people don't even know I do stand up. So this generation now, it's funny because
that's why I wanted to.
They'll come to my show and they're like, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at stand up."
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, I've been doing it like 22 years, which is insane. And a lot of people just know me from movies. So it's kind of a bonus when they're like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You know, it's like Michael Jordan when they're like, go to see him play baseball. And they're like, oh, you play basketball? Oh my gosh.
This is a whole other
crazy.
Wait, you're the Michael Jordan of comedy?
No.
Michael Jordan of baseball.
Yeah.
Yes. Was
exactly.
Was Chuck and Larry the first movie you did with Adam, or did you do anything before that?
Adam saw my stand-up on Comedy Central.
Okay.
Yeah. So he was in bed with his wife, and he was channel surfing, and he was like, oh, it's this kid. And I was a kid at the time, and he wrote my name down and went to the office, and he was like, who is this dude? Huh. And a lot of the younger guys were like, oh, that's this kid Nick Swartzen. That was my first special. And I used to do jokes about my grandmother.
Oh, I love them.
And so he had a script called Grandma's Boy, and he called my manager, and I had a meeting with him, which was surreal, obviously. And the whole time I just wanted to be like, yeah, you. So I didn't do that, and that's why I'm still working with him. But
there's a scene in that movie. Michelle Carmen, who's one of our calendars, is the girl who is across the street.
Moon balloons.
Oh yeah.
She's from Philly. And she's in one of our calendars. Yes.
I remember.
And I would like to thank our guest, Mr. Rick Williams of 6ABC, for being on this morning. The 6ABC Thanksgiving Day Parade, brought to you by fellow friends Duncan. Is coming up on Thursday, and it's going to be a beautiful day weather-wise, and they cover it very well on TV, but seeing it in person is pretty special, too.
Concerning Duncan, if I may, Matt Cowper, we need we are in a critical situation. All of our hoppers, as it's called in the machine world of Dunkin' Donuts machines, they're down to nothing.
Yeah, no.
It's gotten bad.
I spoke to him. I saw him in the bathroom, and he said he's been crazy busy. I emailed him. You emailed him.
Listen,
and we just need some hot chocolate or Dunkaccino
or a hug.
A hug
Yeah,
would be
yeah,
good
we'll
too.
another, yeah.
I'd rather have hot chocolate.
I'd rather have hot chocolate.
So yes, Matt Cowper, if you could please fill that'd be wonderful. Or anyone listening from Dunkin' who wants to come over.
Yeah.
and take care of that.
Maybe
for us.
have some in your glove compartment.
Yeah, maybe do. I don't know. Pierre Robert has made it back from the weekend. He survived. He made it.
Yay!
He lived another weekend of craziness.
Hallelujah.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you.
You have a good weekend?
I did. I got my flu shot on Friday, and then I got my booster shot for COVID the Friday before.
All right.
So I am feeling antibodies.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'm out there licking doorknobs and
relax.
I have been licking every doorknob I see. I am immune as F.
He's a knob licker.
Yeah.
Well,
sometimes
that can
it
be
just-
defined in many ways.
Right. It's
If we go to the way George Washington meant it.
Exactly. You cross the Delaware and don't jump in.
Come on, boys. We got some knobs to lick.
Come on, fellas.
Mm-hmm.
I licked this knob for my country. I have only one.
knob to lick. I regret that I have only one knob to lick for my country.
Well, let me reach out to some buddies. I think I can set you up with a
More
few
knobs to lick if you want.
There it is.
All right, there it is. How about the letter?
Yes.
Now, 3 letters this week. You're aware.
know.
All right, just checking. All right, here we go.
I know.
Scarp is attacked.
Talk.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
E is in energy.
All right, E. We got 2 more to go. That's it. We're going to give away a PlayStation Classic video game console, Resident Evil Director's Cut for Sony PlayStation, complete with registration card, and a $400 Visa gift card to boot. Returning to the origins of the massively popular Resident Evil franchise, fan and filmmaker Johannes Roberts brings the games to life for a whole new generation of fans. And Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City is in theaters on Wednesday. Just a heads up on that. But we give that gift away. We give that whole prize away on Wednesday. What's happening on your program today?
We will have Workforce Blocks of Ozzy, In Excess, AC/DC, and it's coming up on us soon now, a pair of tickets for Genesis.
Wow.
They're going to be at the Big Joint on the 2nd and 3rd of December. I will have tickets for Thursday, December 2nd to give out on the program today.
Even with Phil Collins' limited ability now, any footage that I've seen of him doing his performance, the voice is still there.
The
Sounds
voice
great.
is still there.
Yeah.
Jason and I went and saw him solo at Wells Fargo a couple of years ago, and he was great.
Yeah.
I mean, he walks a little slower, and he sat for a bulk of it, but his son was on the drums.
Yeah, yeah.
Who's a very accomplished drummer, and they did a little percussion set where, still sitting, his son brought some percussion stuff over, and the two of them did this little drum off thing, which was very cool.
That's
So,
cool.
Nice.
I think it'll be a very good show.
Excellent. So stick around for some tickets. And I want to thank our sponsors. President and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin', the official coffee of the President and Steve Show, the official hot chocolate of the President and Steve Show. Also brought to you by Acme. Download the Acme app to see your all-new deals, rewards, and perks today. You can visit acmemarkets.com for details. Tomorrow on our program, Tuesday, so we'll give away President and Steve Show Tattoo for Tat Tuesday. And one of our favorites, Big J. Okerson on the program. Tomorrow should be solid. That is it. We're done. So rage on and have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.